I call this hearing to order. We'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. Representative Warden, you want to lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, can you call a roll call?
Creighton,
Here.
Prout, sorry. Oh. Warden, here. Drago.
Here.
Granger.
Here.
Farrington.
Here.
Hall. Kesselring, here. Labrine.
Here.
Sullivan.
Here.
Cahill.
Here.
Del Silvestre.
Here.
Susie.
Here.
Bouchard.
Here.
Mackenzie.
He's here.
Schultz.
Somewhere.
Schultz.
Present.
Leclerc.
Here.
Staub.
Here.
I hereby open the hearing on House Bill 238 FN, an act prohibiting collective bargaining agreements from requiring employees to join or contribute to a labor union. We're really excited to hear what everyone has to say today. You know, we've been looking forward to this hearing for a long time, and I think it's going to be a great day. We have well over 30 cards here, and so we're really interested in what everyone has to say. But we need to be respectful of each other's time. Otherwise, we'll be here until next year, and we have a one-day set for this hearing. When you're testifying, please try not to repeat what you've heard many times before. Okay, and if you have new testimony, that's awesome. I always go by the saying. So I always go by the saying: be brilliant, be brief, and be gone. And if you think in those terms and get your point across, that would be great. We're going to allow the bill to be opened and for the prime sponsor to have more than 3 minutes. But everyone else, we're going to limit to 3 minutes. So if you could please figure out what you got to say and get it done. We are going to have a timer. The vice chair, Representative Avalani, will be the timer. And when he says it's 3 minutes, that's 3 minutes. Okay, so please don't argue. Just find yourself another seat. Outside of that, I think we're ready to go. We do have a quorum. And sir.
So we had a discussion relative to the timing of this yesterday, and it was not my impression yesterday that we were going to limit testimony.
Yeah, in the discussion, yes, fair enough. In the discussion yesterday, we said we were going to look at the number of cards. And looking at the number of cards, if you do 3 minutes times 30, that's a ton of testimony. And that's only just to start off with. So to be fair to everyone, we're going to start by limiting it to 3 minutes. And Representative Sullivan and I have agreed to that as a way forward. We talked this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good point. Okay, Representative Glasson, are you here to introduce HB 238?
Mr. Chair, yes, sir, I am.
Okay, the floor is yours, sir.
Mr. Chair, thank you, honorable representatives of the committee. It is my distinct honor to introduce House Bill 238, which would end forced union membership as a condition of employment. Again, what this bill does is it gives freedom of choice as to whether or not joining a union is correct for you, and that can't be held against you as a condition of your employment. In states that have done this before, we found that unions better represent their membership and their employees when their employees have the influence of being able to walk away, being able to withdraw their contributions. And, when your membership has the power to say you're not well representing me and find other representation or self-represent without continuing to pay dues, the unions have paid more attention to their labor force and better represented them. There are also clear cases, and I'll be followed in testimony, which we'll be able to better tell you about. The states that have enacted this have seen a decrease in unemployment and an increase in business coming into the state, which, especially in this state where we have the tax problem that we have with personal property tax, would bring other sources of revenue and employment into the state. Again, if this passes, membership will have more influence on their unions. This doesn't affect people who are happy with their union representation. This does not stop unions from doing the best that they can for their membership. If you like your union, you should continue to participate in your union. What this does is this makes unions an option. I want people to join unions because they find value in what the union is doing for them, and they recognize and support the benefits that they're getting out of that membership, not because they're forced to as a condition of their payroll. So this is the bill that I'm introducing and proud to introduce. I won't be taking questions because I'll be followed by a lot of subject matter experts. Thank you for your time.
All right, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's right there. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the next two. The first one is it will take the stand, and then the next one's on deck in case we have two overflow rooms. And so if they're in the overflow room, they can make their way forward. Riyat Gullah. Richard Gullah. Thank you, sir. And the second person is Greg Moore.
Chairman, fellow representatives, good morning. My name is Richard Gullah. I am president.
Is your mic on? There.
How about now?
Thank you. Yep.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman, distinguished representatives. My name is Richard Gullah. I am president of the State Employees Association of New Hampshire, represent approximately 15,000 employees of the state, county, municipal, and private sectors. I will be brilliant and brief. How's that? I want to take a moment to highlight an article that was printed last month that I penned and that was printed in the New Hampshire Journal. I'm not going to read this entire article. I would ask you to do that, but I am going to read an excerpt from the article. I want to take a moment to address arguments made by those promoting so-called right-to-work laws and the claim that such legislation would benefit New Hampshire. The evidence tells a very different story. Among the 27 states where right-to-work laws are in effect, wages and standards of living are constantly lower compared to states without these laws. Take West Virginia, for example. When right-to-work was enacted there, it failed to attract new business or spur economic growth. Even West Virginia Governor Jim Justice acknowledged the reality in stark terms. Quote, "Really and truly, let's just be brutally honest," Governor Justice said during a town hall meeting. "We passed the right-to-work law in West Virginia. We ran to the windows, looked to see all the people that were going to come, and guess what? They didn't come. We got rid of prevailing wage. We changed our corporate taxes. We've done a lot of different things, and we run to the windows, and they haven't come. We've absolutely built the field in a lot of different places, thinking building the field, they'll come, and they didn't come." Right-to-work legislation has been sponsored in this state for well over 30 to 35 times. This is my 11th time at bat as head of this organization testifying against it. For the life of me, what I can't understand is why Republican Party, which preaches less business, less interference with business, less government, wants to interfere with agreements between a business and their employees. No one is forced to join a union. That fair share clause which was referenced by the sponsor of this bill, has to be negotiated between the business and the employees. And I think we should stay out of the business of private business. Government has no business in that. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, President Gullo. The discussion about whether or not somebody's forced to join a union, can you just give us a sense of that, how that works in the SEIU?
No one's forced to join. We go to an orientation. We talk about the benefits of joining a union, and if someone wants to join, then they're eligible to join. And if they don't, they don't. It's
Thank you.
literally how it works.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Greg Moore, and on deck will be Keith Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Greg Moore. I'm a regional director with Americans for Prosperity, and I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 238. I'll tell a few quick stories that I have while I have the 3 minutes. The first one is why this issue is personal to me. I was working at DHHS as a director in 2005 and 2006 when the state enacted an agency fee, and I had one of my employees come in tears about the fact that money was being withheld from her paycheck, despite the fact that she didn't agree with the direction the union was bargaining on her behalf. Fundamentally, I think that that's why a lot of non-members in union environments don't join, is because they don't feel as though the union's best negotiating in their interests. And I would say that that's a lot of the reason. I liken it to this. It's like going to a restaurant or ordering a chicken Caesar salad, getting a cheeseburger, told you have to pay for the cheeseburger, and if you complain about it, you're called ungrateful. Second story, with one of our activists, worked in Massachusetts in a union shop. He was part of a smaller, younger group of people who were on a 401k plan. There was an older, larger group, more senior folks who were on a defined benefit plan. For them, they had a negotiation, and the negotiating team, which is largely made up of older members, got more money into the defined benefit plan, and the younger workers got nothing. Now, in a right-to-work state, that wouldn't happen, because those members would immediately leave, because it would be obvious that they're not negotiating on their behalf. Third quick story: when I was working as I was with AFP, I was the chief of staff of the House, and in 2011 we passed right to work in the House, passed right to work in the Senate, and then there was an interim period because the governor vetoed it, waiting for the veto day. Well, we used to have business owners actually show up across the street, come up and talk to the speaker and tell us that that if we passed right to work, they would move to the state. Now, I was curious. I didn't know why, and I wanted to know why they would do that. And because you hear the argument that there's less pay. Had nothing to do with it at all. The reason why they want to come to a right to work state is because there's more labor peace. People in the union are happier, and that helps to incentivize recruitment and retention. And particularly in the manufacturing space, getting and keeping good people is really critical. So for all these reasons, and I could go on for more, but I get 3 minutes, so I'll stop there and be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Mr. Moore. I'm curious to know, because I know Americans for Prosperity has spoken on this in the past. I'm curious to know if you or your organization supports the right for unions to exist at all.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. We believe that people, if they want to get together and engage in collective action, that's fine. The real challenge that we have comes from the Wagner Act, which dates back to 1935, that says that if 50% plus one member of a bargaining unit decide to join a union, the minority lose all their rights. They lose their right to negotiate, they lose the right to represent themselves, they lose all their rights and have to go exclusively through the union. So fundamentally, the challenge we have is with exclusive representation, not unions themselves. But thank you for the question. I'm glad to clarify.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Moore. What you just described sounds like democracy. Are you opposed to democracy?
Could you please explain?
Yeah, well, you said the members decide, they vote if 50% plus one wants to have a union, then they have a union, and the other people you feel aren't represented. But I think, in fact, that negotiations and benefits and everything negotiated by the union apply to everyone who does work in that company. So it seems to me they are getting a benefit. You're just reluctant to pay the agency fee to help cover the cost. But to my point, 50% plus one in a vote, that's how democracy works.
Correct. And thankfully, we don't have a democracy in the U.S. We have a constitutional republic where our rights are protected by a constitution.
My goodness, I thought we did have democracy and where we vote and
All right.
the majority wins. I'm sorry.
Gentlemen, this is not an argument back and forth. Questions and answers, please. Any other questions? Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that businesses have been talking about wanting to come to New Hampshire if we pass right to work. Could you name a few of those businesses that are anxious to come to New Hampshire under those circumstances?
And that's the game right there. The business leaders will come up. They would say, if you pass right to work, we'll pass it. However, until you pass right to work, you cannot mention that we said that. And there's a reason for that, because undoubtedly there would be trouble caused back within the other New England states in which they're located. And they made abundantly clear that they are not willing to put their name to anything for that reason.
Are there any other questions? All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moore. You suggested that organized labor promotes unrest. You talked about labor peace.
Mm-hmm.
So are you suggesting that organized labor promotes unrest and undermines the economic conditions in New Hampshire? Undermines the economy, generally speaking, in New Hampshire?
So when I mentioned labor peace, what I meant was when the union is representing the entirety of the workforce, the entirety of the bargaining unit, that is a more harmonious workplace. If you have a scenario where you can have a majority of the people decide that they want something and they get it, and the minority of the people did not want it and they're left out and excluded, then that's obviously going to leave them less happy and less likely to stay and less likely to encourage their friends to come work in that workplace.
Sir.
Thanks,
Representative LeClerc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So wouldn't this legislation kind of mess with the harmony of unions by saying, okay, if you want to be a member but don't want to pay dues or, help keep the union strong, isn't that saying, you can pay, but you don't have to pay if you don't want to, but doesn't that create unrest?
I don't know how it creates unrest when the union is more focused on making sure all their members are happy. I think that would create a more positive workplace.
No. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. If you do not want to be a member of the union and you're in a union shop, how are you able to independently negotiate your own wages and just say, I'm going to do it on my own?
Under federal law, no. If you have a bargaining unit that has been certified by the National Labor Relations Board, you lose your ability to go and negotiate for your own compensation, benefits, time off, anything like that. It is exclusively done on behalf of the union.
Thank you.
Representative McKenzie.
Can you provide, I just heard the term union shop. So what is a union shop?
So a union shop is well, it depends. If you have a certified union shop, one is certified by the National Labor Relations Board, it is a shop wherein there has been a union organizing effort where one union has gotten certified by 50% plus one. That's not the only type of union shop. There are member-only unions. There are actually some workplaces that have multiple member-only unions that represent their people, and the people who are not member of the member-only unions negotiate on their own behalf. But there are no closed shops under Taft-Hartley. There are no closed shops. I think that's what you're getting at.
That's what I'm getting at.
Okay,
So
we got there.
follow up.
For a follow-up.
So closed shop would mean that you could not work in that facility if you didn't join the union.
Correct. Between 1935 and 1947, there were closed shops where full union membership was a condition of employment.
Right. No longer the case.
That's outlawed by Taft-Hartley in 1947, the same legislation that created the right to work exception.
So people can join, don't have to join the union. They can work in a shop that's a union shop but don't have to join the union. Is that your testimony?
That's correct. That's federal law.
Thank you.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. If you have these protections that you mentioned, that means that you don't have to pay union dues or pay to the union anything, correct? If you're not a member of the union, or no?
Correct. If New Hampshire were to become the 27th right to work state, if you are not a member, you would not have to pay any fees or dues to the union.
Thank you very much.
Representative Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. With studies indicating that right-to-work states often have higher rates of workplace injuries, how can you ensure me that weakening unions won't lead to less enforcement of safety regulations in New Hampshire?
I think that's a great question. There have been some studies looking specifically at that. And one of the challenges is that the states that are right to work states are often more agricultural, and agricultural environments actually lead to higher workplace accidents. So that's one important factor to keep in mind. But there have been a number of studies. I saw one by the Mackinac Institute that basically undermine the notion that it's less safe to work in a state with right to work protections. I wish I had that study with me.
Representative Lavery.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Mr. Moore. Question for you regarding the North Country. The North Country could use industry. It doesn't have much, and it could use a hand. How would this law help or hurt the North Country?
Well, I would think the North Country, and thank you for the question, as my representative, thank you. I would assume that the place that businesses coming to New Hampshire would first look would be the North Country, and that's because A, there's space available, and B, there's more workers available. It is hard, as you know, as a business owner, it's hard to find people these days in southern New Hampshire. So I would think that the North Country would be uniquely positioned to benefit from the passage of a right to work law.
Representative McKenzie.
Are you familiar with the history of the North Country in terms of the union movement?
Representative, I am familiar. As it turns out, when I was working at DHHS was when they were closing many of the mills in Lancaster and Berlin.
So that was a union town. There were thousands of union workers.
Both of them, Lancaster and Berlin.
Okay, any further questions? Representative Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Given that right to work laws correlate with fewer employer sponsored benefits, how can you ensure me that New Hampshire's workers won't see a decline in health coverage and retirement options?
What defines benefits and what defines compensation is usually marketplace forces. Today, in an environment where you can talk to any small business owner or anyone who's hiring anybody, you can't, for example, hire people in the greater Manchester area for any less than about $20 an hour. You just can't. And so fundamentally, what tends to drive compensation and benefit are essentially market forces competing for labor, particularly when you have a labor scarcity. Unemployment in New Hampshire is 2%. And the greatest challenge that we would have for employers looking to come to New Hampshire are finding the workforce. And it doesn't take much. You can talk to any employer around. They'll tell you that the biggest problem they have is finding and keeping good people.
Okay, Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Moore, do you really think that right to work is the biggest concern that employers have when looking at a state? Don't you think that workforce housing and educated workforce, schools that are functioning well and well financed and maintained, don't you think there's other considerations for both businesses and workers?
I can tell you that there are many considerations. Every single employer in making a decision for siting, it looks at a number of different factors. For example, up until about 10 years ago, we had some of the highest business taxes in the country. We were ranked 47th. Thankfully, over the course of the last 10 years, we have made our business tax environment much more competitive, and that spurred a significant number of amount of economic growth. So, to your point, yes, there are a number of factors that businesses consider when they decide to relocate. Right to work is simply one of them.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, I'll call the next witness.
Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Judge, please. And Representative Thomas Oppel is on deck. Please state your name and who you represent. And can you turn your mic on, please?
Has to be read. Can you hear me now? Perfect. All right. Good morning. Thank you for convening this hearing. My name is Keith Judge, and I am a business agent for Teamsters Local 633, and I am a resident of Hooksett. I'm also a town councilor of the town of Hooksett, and I come to testify in opposition of this bill. Prior to my career as a business agent, because the last thing I think you guys want to hear is some testimony of the quote unquote union boss. I was a rank and file member of Teamsters Local 633 at Associated Grocers, where I operated a forklift. I could sit here and tell you the talking points of anti-right to work being it drives down wages, it drives down benefits, but that's not what I'm here to tell you. If it were not for my union and the benefits negotiated by Local 633 when I was a rank and file member, I physically would not be here to make this testimony today. As a rank and file member at Associated Grocers, I was diagnosed with stage 4A squamous cell carcinoma tonsil cancer. During those treatments, my union negotiated health insurance saved my life. On more than one occasion, the nurses, the doctors all went to my wife and said, your husband is getting the best care due to his health insurance. I was never once asked to leave the facility to free up a bed, which I know happens when you have health insurances that don't do what they're supposed to do. That never happened. Once I was cleared and go back to work, my FMLA protections had run out. My union was able to keep my job, my position. I was able to go back to work. Right? Without the negotiated benefits by unions, the American worker, and especially workers in New Hampshire, will be completely unprotected. Make no mistake about it. Right to work legislation is strictly a way to weaken unions and take away negotiating power from the people that are trying to negotiate and take care of their members. Let me see. Oh yeah, so again, with the terms and conditions which I worked under, I had short-term disability coverage when I was out, and that was the only money coming in when I was out not being able to work to provide groceries for my family. Overall, being a part of a union has been the best decision. Right to work laws are just bad for the American worker, bad for New Hampshire. We have fought this fight for the last 30 plus years, and it always gets shot down. Right? In my opinion, and in my professional life as a business agent, I've heard some testimony already about work shortages and needing employers, needing workers. In my experience, there's not really a worker shortage. Those employers who provide the best wages, benefits, and retirement are not looking for employees because they say fully staffed. That's the purpose of unions here, to protect the workers, create safe working environments, good wages, and retirement and great health insurance. So I could, again, tell you how right to work lowers wages, benefits, safety, but I don't want to, I only got 3 minutes, so I will make that my testimony and answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Judge, I'm so glad that your health and everything, I'm sure that everybody feels this way. I'm so glad it worked out for you. I'm sad that some folks don't have that coverage. And as a point of personal privilege, I'm a granddaughter and daughter of a Teamsters. So I really appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Why do you think under President Trump, the GOP has removed the right to work plank from the National Republican platform? And I am aware that your union internationally did not take a stand on the presidential election. As a Democrat, I was smidgen sad about that. But I think in this sense, this question is a good one to ask you as a Teamster.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, why do you think that under President Trump, the GOP took the plank supporting right to work out of the national platform for the Republican Party under President Trump's leadership?
I can only give you my opinion. I know that recently the Republican Party has attempted to become the party of the working people. That may have been a step in the right direction. But I believe it's, no disrespect, it's a bit of a facade, because one of the first bills here in New Hampshire right out of the gate with a Republican governor is right to work. I do believe there are great Republicans, especially here in New Hampshire, who have sided with us. But I do believe inherently it's still part of their national platform, even if they're not out in front.
Are there any further questions?
One quick one.
Representative Leclerc.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Judge, for your testimony. My dad was a Teamster too, and he was very sick for a long time, and his benefits kept him alive until he finally succumbed to cancer. But my question is, are you forced to pay dues, or you do it voluntarily?
Say that again.
Are you forced to pay dues, or do you do it voluntarily?
No. In all of our public sector contracts, you can opt out from paying dues. But in our private sector contracts, those that have those provisions in the contract are voted on by all the members at the contract renewal. And there's also the objective fee. So you're not forced to pay dues if you so choose not to.
Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too paid dues to the Teamsters when I was in college. I didn't get any benefits other than maybe a better pay that allowed me to work it. But I am also glad that you're doing well.
Thanks, sir.
There was something that was brought up. When you say you're voluntarily paying your dues, you didn't bring up agency. Is agency viewed as different than dues?
The objective fee, is that?
Agency fee.
Agency public sector, that's illegal now under the Janus decision.
Right, but
So-
do you have,
He's with the private.
I understand.
Okay.
Is there an opportunity where even in the private sector, that an individual, an employee can just pay the agency fee, the cost of negotiating
The
and things like
objective
that?
fee, yes. Yep.
You call it something different than.
Yeah, it's the same thing. What was not brought up and what I'd like to mention under that, if right to work were to pass, unions would be obligated to represent those employees who are not paying dues or an objective fee at all. And I would believe, I stand to be corrected, that unions are the only organization in this country that would be forced to provide services to people without paying for them. I, as not a member of AAA, could not call AAA and say, hey, I'm broke down on the side of the road, come change my tire. The first thing they're going to do is say, are you, A, are you a member, and B, are your dues paid up? And if they're not coming to change your tire. So I think it's inherently wrong that under right to work laws, unions would be forced to represent people who aren't paying their fair share.
For a quick follow-up.
So basically your answer is, yeah, you can either pay dues or you call it something different than agency fee, right? You have
The objective fee. Yep.
Thank you very much.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So you mentioned that the unions are forced to represent people who are not members of the unions. Are there unions that do not represent non-members?
No, that's illegal.
For a quick follow-up.
What about the members-only unions?
I'm not unaware of any in New Hampshire.
Thank you for taking my question.
Yeah.
Seeing no questions, thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Thanks, sir.
And I'm glad you recovered. And Representative Oppel is up next, and John Reynolds is on deck. Really quickly, from the committee's perspective, remember we're about asking questions, and it's not a political forum for statements and those types of things. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Thomas Opel, and I represent the people of Canaan, Dorchester, and Orange in Grafton House District 9. And Mr. Chairman, I promise to be brief. I'm not sure about the brilliant part. I'm appearing before you today to strongly oppose House Bill 238 FN. as others have or will note with all of the cards, this bill is nothing more than an attempt to deceive and confuse. It has nothing to do with real rights. It has nothing to do with real work, and it won't create real work. It simply permits a few to advantage themselves at the expense of others. And those few will endure no cost, no sacrifice in a right to work situation. This bill actually undermines the competitive balance that workers seek to achieve in a free market through collective action. It is anti-competitive to allow some to take advantage of that collective action without participating in it or supporting it. We've seen the debilitating impacts of so-called right-to-work legislation on workers in many other states. The data from the Economic Policy Institute shows full-time workers in states that have adopted this falsely named and deceptively intended legislation can earn nearly $1,700 less per year with no measurable gains in employment. The race to the bottom by states to attract companies by offering lower wages than their neighbors can be seen simply by driving along the banks of the Merrimack in Manchester. Those mills now do employ people, but if you were here in New Hampshire 30 or 40 or 50 years ago, those mills were empty. All of that work taken by Amoskeag and other manufacturers to the south for lower pay. And that was all it was about. And having lived in Mississippi for 10 years, I can tell you that all of those companies that moved to the south have now moved to Mexico or Southeast Asia, again in that race to the bottom. In the 1950s, more than a third of U.S. workers were unionized, and our economy grew to become the envy of the world, with GDP growth averaging more than 4%. Today, only 1 in 10 workers are unionized, and GDP growth is less than half of what it was when unions were strong. The evidence is clear. Unions not only do not cost jobs or limit rights, they support living wages, fair working conditions, as you've just heard, and they actually create an educated and safe workforce that is the attraction for most
All right, sir,
employers.
your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Representative Schultz.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out that he has a typed version of his speech, and as a former clerk of this committee, I think it's helpful for us to have copies of that in the main folder for the record.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I did bring copies, so
Okay, if we can hand those around, that would be perfect. Thank you for your testimony.
thank you.
I'd like to call John Reynolds, please. And on deck is Lisa Bendorn.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you.
Sorry, I hope I didn't jump the gun. My name is John Reynolds. I'm the state director for the National Federation of Independent Business in New Hampshire. We represent over 1,700 small businesses in every sector, in every corner of the state. Our mission is to promote and protect the right of our members to own, operate, and grow their business. Excuse me. Fundamentally, our members believe that right to work is about allowing small business owners and their employees to determine their own future. In NFIB surveys of New Hampshire small businesses, over 80% support right to work. And notably, in other states, when the question has come up about retaining the policy, support is even higher, closer to 90%. Also, academic research backs the benefits of right to work, and there are a number of studies, some of which I've cited in the letter that was distributed. I think one of the most notable ones is a 2021 study by researchers at Harvard University, which examined the long-range impacts of right to work in border counties and states that with and without the policy. And the study looked at not only counties immediately adjacent to the border, but one county in on each side as well. So effectively, it would apply to the entire state of New Hampshire. And what they found, in addition to evidence to suggest higher average wages, The researchers at Harvard also concluded that right to work is associated with higher population growth, higher employment to population, higher share of manufacturing employment, higher rates of upward economic mobility, lower rates of unemployment, and lower rates of poverty. So in sum, we want continued economic growth in the state of New Hampshire. We want New Hampshire to be an even more attractive place for people to live, work, raise a family, start a business. And that's why we believe that right to work is the right policy at the right time. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Representative Susie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So I'm sure that every representative in here received the same letter from the Citizens for Right to Work movement. And for years, I've been here, this is my 8th term. So I've been dealing with this for 14 years. And that letter that we received said that 80% of New Hampshire citizens believe that they should have the right to work. Do you have data to back that up? Because it hasn't changed, the number hasn't changed in all the letters that I've received over 14 years.
Mr. Chair, Representative Susi, NFIB is not affiliated or associated with I'm sorry, which organization did you say?
For right to work movement, because you had mentioned that right to work, people in New Hampshire, 80% of the people in New Hampshire believe that it's the right to work is the right thing to do. And I'm asking if you have any data to back that up.
Yes. So the number I cited, which is the specific number, I think is about 82% support, 5 or 6% oppose, 11% or so have no opinion. That comes from an NFIB member survey of small businesses. I'm not aware of any other broad-based poll or survey of small businesses in the state on this question. And again, we're just speaking for ourselves and our members.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You referenced a Harvard study. Can you tell us exactly who the author of that study was and what their background is?
I certainly can share a copy of the study with all the members of the committee. I know the last names of the researchers were Austin and Lilly. The title is The Long Run Effects of Right to Work Laws. It was published on November 16th of 2021. I'd be happy to follow up with you over email with a copy of the study.
Thank you. A follow-up?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that that study was not peer-reviewed?
I looked... I was not aware it was peer reviewed. I looked for any other studies that refuted the findings, and I didn't find any.
Thank you. And Representative DeVille says, thank you, ma'am. Okay, well, thank you so much. I was.
Exactly. Thank you, and thank you for taking the question. Would you just explain to me what a small business is, how many people, and...
It's like an existential question. So there's a lot of different thresholds for small businesses. I'll just say 80, I forget if I said this at the outset, so I apologize if I'm repeating myself, but for us, 80% of our members employ 20 people or fewer. So, we tend to be on the very small side. If you look at the United States Small Business Association, the federal SBA, their general across the board threshold, right, for between large and small is 500 employees. And then when you get into industry specific thresholds, it ranges between 100, less than 100 could be a small business in some cases, or less than 1,500 could be a small business in some cases. If you look at different federal acts, like the Federal Family Medical and Leave Act, under 50 employees are exempt from that regulation. So you could argue, right, that's a threshold. Same thing for the Affordable Care Act, right? The employer mandate to provide coverages applies to 50 and above.
Thank you. Representative Farrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. I believe that West Virginia is the closest state with right to work legislation. Given that, what effect would passing this have on New Hampshire small businesses?
Yeah, I'll again point back to the Harvard study, which is also supported by earlier research. I think on here, I cited a paper from the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond, right, and the findings in both instances and other academic research, right, so strongly suggests higher rates of employment, lower poverty, higher rates of employment in sectors that are known for having good pay, good benefits, like manufacturing. So I think the benefits, right, we would be a leader in New England by passing this law.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In New Hampshire, really the vast majority of employers in the state are small businesses, and we appreciate and their concern and everything. I believe it's 84% have fewer than 15 employees. Do you have any idea how many currently have unions in those businesses? And is this a real concern for the small businesses?
Must have timed out on me. I think he's getting tired of hearing me. Sorry, Representative, I'm just replaying your question in my head. Do I have data on? Could you repeat the question?
Yes.
Apologize.
There are 84% of the businesses in New Hampshire, the small businesses, are small business. They have 15 employees or fewer. Could you have an idea of how many of those have unions in those businesses?
To that part of the question, I don't have the rate of unionization in that size business off the top of my head, but I'd certainly be happy to track it down and follow up with you after the committee. To your second question about the level of, I believe it was about the level of concern.
Yeah, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Well, I believe that there are probably very few, that's my belief, that there are probably very few unions operating in such small businesses, and we have so many small businesses in New Hampshire. I just wonder if this issue is a real pressing concern for our small businesses in New Hampshire.
I can speak from talking to small business owners. I can speak from just personal experience without having data in front of me. I know that there are certainly union shops with fewer than 15, 20, 25, whatever number you want to pick to define small employer, right? There are certainly what number that is. I will follow up after committee. As to the level of concern, I could speak to our membership, right? And the way that NFIB works is that we every year survey our members on a range of questions, a range of policy issues. We ask them, do you support or oppose this policy? And over 80% supported right to work. So I glean from that this is an issue of concern for a lot of our members.
Thank you.
Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just as a point of clarification, unless it has changed, I thought you had to have at least 10 employees to unionize in the state of New Hampshire. That was public employers? Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
And we have Lisa Bodine. And on deck, please, Hasena Trowan. Thank you. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Bodwin. For the record, I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Council of Churches. And on behalf of the Council, I wish to express our strong opposition to HB 238. As a faith-based organization representing 7 Christian denominations and over 300 churches across New Hampshire, we are called to uphold the dignity of work, the value of solidarity, and the pursuit of justice for all. Scripture repeatedly calls us to protect the rights of workers and to ensure they are treated with fairness and respect. The book of James warns against withholding fair compensation from laborers. The wages of the laborers who mowed your fields, which you kept back by fraud, cry out, and the cries of the harvesters have reached the ears of the Lord of hosts. Right to work laws risk silencing these cries by weakening the collective voice of workers, making it harder for them to advocate for just wages, safe working conditions, and the dignity they deserve. As Christians, we are also called to bear one another's burdens and work for the common good. Unions embody this principle of solidarity, providing workers with the strength that comes from standing together. Make no mistake, HB 238 undermines this solidarity. It fosters division and creates economic instability for families and communities. By diminishing the power of workers to negotiate collectively, this legislation threatens not just to harm individuals, but the moral fabric of New Hampshire. Lastly, our faith compels us to prioritize the well-being of the vulnerable. Data indicates, as you've heard, that these laws often result in lower wages and reduced benefits, disproportionately impacting those who are already struggling to make ends meet. We are called to create a society where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. Again, the New Hampshire Council of Churches urges you to vote ITL on HB 238.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony. I'd like to call Hosanna Trowan. Thank you. And on deck, we have Roan Wade on deck.
Can we testify together?
Please identify yourselves.
Hosanna Talahun and Rowan Wade.
Oh, you're together.
Yes, we're from the same organization.
Okay, absolutely. And on deck, Larry Marquand. And you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairman and distinguished state representatives. My name is Hosanna Talahun, a union secretary and senior at Dartmouth College. I'm also a dining worker and daughter of an ATU Local 689 bus driver from DC.
Hi, my name is Rowan Wade. I'm a junior at Dartmouth College. I work several jobs to get by. I'm the vice chair of our union and also lifelong union member. My mom was a public school teacher.
Yes, sir.
No problem. We could do that. That's
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Wow, thank you. So our union is called the Student Workers Collective at Dartmouth, and we were established in 2022. We were the 5th undergraduate labor union to emerge in the United States, and we are here in strong opposition to this right to work bill. Between my freshman and sophomore years of college, our independent student-led union was able to negotiate a platform of workplace benefits to secure all undergraduate dining employees a $21 base wage and sick pay. Our union dues are just 2%, which is 2 cents for every dollar. And they go towards supplementing our hardship fund and sourcing legal support as we bargain against our $8 billion institution's lawyers. Our wages were raised 40%, and through our on-the-ground organizing efforts, we were able to increase it from just earning $12 to $21. And to this day, our dues only take a fraction of our paycheck, but they change the trajectory of every single worker at Dartmouth College.
Yeah. I think it's really important to note that before our union formed at our college just 2 years ago, we often, as low-income students, felt like we were workers first and students second, that our purpose was to serve our more affluent peers. When I first got to college, before we had a union, I was working upwards of 40 hours a week. I was choosing my classes around my work schedule instead of the other way around. The union has dramatically impacted our ability to be students and to be members of our community. I think it's also really critical to understand that dues are a very, very small fraction of our paycheck compared to the benefits we get when we unionized. If you deduct the 2% in dues that go towards supporting our union, which is an independent union, it is rank and file led. We, as student workers, are the ones doing all the support work to keep it going, filing the grievances, negotiating with the college's lawyers who make more money than we'll ever see. And it is really important to know that that is a 38% net increase in wages. On top of that, we got more benefits like sick pay and mental health pay. And so this idea that people are at risk of losing money when they are obligated to pay dues for union representation does not play out in reality. I think another note is that our dues, which are democratically chosen.
Ladies, that's your time is up. Subject to any questions, Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my questions. So was the Dartmouth Hitchcock Union in any way involved with the decision by Dartmouth Hitchcock to deny kidney transplants to those who refuse the coronavirus shots?
We do not represent medical workers at all. We represent student dining workers and undergraduate advisors, completely different unions.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? See, Representative Flanagan.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I apologize. You represented your own union? You established your own union?
Yes. When we initially founded it, we were the 5th ever undergraduate union. It was considered very risky to take on students as a labor force, and so we are an independently formed union. We are rank and file led. We teach ourselves contract law between classes.
Just a quick follow-up. What's the name of your union?
The Student Worker Collective at Dartmouth.
Thank you.
Ladies, thank you very much, and very, very good work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Larry Marquand, please. And on deck would be Michael McCarthy.
Morning. My name is Larry Moquin. I'm here on behalf of the over 2,000 union laborers who reside in New Hampshire. I'm also a resident of Bow. One of the arguments in favor of right to work is that the employees should be able to choose where they work without having to join the union. I would implore you to examine that argument a little more closely. The question is, why are the employers that are unionized so attractive to work for? Could it be that the union that represents these workers so well and negotiates for their interests that the members that work at these places, the pay and benefits are superior to the competitor employees, which may not be organized? Secondly, right to work is really the endorsement of getting something for nothing, which is essentially welfare for employees who earn the exact same thing as the person working next to them. The only difference is that the person working next to them is paying for their share of the negotiated contract from the services and the benefits and working conditions and wages that the union has provided for them through negotiations. And the concept of paying dues for services and benefits is not a novel concept. Organizations that support this legislation right here, like the ABC and the BRA, are dues member based organizations. It would be very interesting to know if either would provide their services to those who are non-members, even if those non-members would like to get the benefit of those services. The final question is, what problem is this trying to solve here in New Hampshire? We already have as low as you can pay, $7.25 minimum wage. We have one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country. And we have no prevailing wages on construction projects already. This is all the things that Right to Work did in other states. This leads me to the inevitable conclusion that the purpose of this bill is for the government to infringe on the rights of two private entities trying to negotiate a contract to provide goods and services for employees that they mutually agreed on. That's my testimony. I urge you to please vote to recommend House Bill 238 as inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none? Thank you, sir. I appreciate you coming in. And Michael McCarthy, you're up. And Ben Baruti, you're on deck.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Michael McCarthy. I was a 4-term state representative from Nashua, a 26-year member of the IBEW labor union, and a 31-year member of the Republican Party. To expand on what some other people said here today, there are consequences of right to work, and I think particularly when we're talking about something that you might not have personal background in, having been in a union, I'd compare it to, instead of labor dues, the fees one pays into a homeowners association or into a condo association. Now, the reason people live in these associations is because they want someone to mow the lawn, to remove the snow, to clean the pool, to do maintenance. Now, some people choose not to live in these places despite wanting these benefits because they don't want to pay them. Now, if we were to pass a law that said that it was okay to live in a condo association or a homeowners association, but get all the benefits and pay nothing in, those associations would go bankrupt. That is a consequence of right to work as far as I'm concerned. Now, strictly speaking, as a Republican, it's a frustrating issue because it's like Groundhog Day. This issue keeps coming up over and over and over again. And is the Republican Party has run the state of New Hampshire for the most part since the Civil War. And this is an issue that has been coming up in this state, as I understand it, since 1947. And that means time again, over and over again, when this issue has been voted down, it's been under a House that's been controlled by Republicans, under a Senate controlled by Republicans, and under a Republican governor. This issue didn't even become part of our party platform until 2010. Now, during my time as a legislature, we had to fight this issue in two contentious times during the 2010 and the 2016 session. Now, sad to say, we started out in a majority, and particularly the 2010 session, it was a supermajority. Now, the after effects of this, of us pursuing this issue in an ill-conceived fashion, was a much less than spectacular minority position. And I just think people are expressing themselves at the ballot box. This issue is not popular among the people of New Hampshire, and I believe it's a negative consequence for the people of New Hampshire when Republicans are in charge of the state. That's my personal perspective. Just to simply wrap up, since 1947, we've had a tremendous tradition of finding right to work inexpedient to legislate in the state of New Hampshire, and I ask the committee to please uphold this tradition and again find right to work inexpedient to legislate. To move things along, no questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Appreciate your
Thank you again.
testimony. And I'd like to call Ben Baruti, please. And on deck is Representative David Love.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ben Baruti, former representative for 32 years, member of this committee for, I think, 12 terms. So I've heard it all, and I'm sure you're going to hear it all over again today. I'm here representing myself because today I'm a realtor. And having served on the Affordable Housing Committee and being a realtor, we know of the housing crisis and what's going on. And now is not a good time for us to weaken our workforce, taking benefits away from workers. As a previous speaker said, people want good, solid workers with benefits that can afford to pay rent and so forth. I can't stop but think about what unions do for people. I got a granddaughter who, during COVID, worked in a hospital. She came home with COVID, gave it to my great-grandson, so she had to quit that profession. It was pretty hard on both of them. She lost a lot of time out of work. And then she became, a union apprentice carpenter. Now she's making good money with benefits, insurance. She can pay for her own insurance. She can stand on her own 2 feet and hold her head up high. Dignity, and she's doing good. In fact, next week, for the whole entire week, she goes to school. She goes to school to learn how to be a good carpenter. I can buy a tool belt and put a hammer in it and call myself a carpenter and come and rip you off when you hire me to do a job. Union carpenters are professionals. They do a good job, and you never have to call them back to fix what they did. I know that when I was a young man and I joined the Army, I remember being in boot camp down at Fort Dix, New Jersey. The first thing you're taught is the chain of command. And you have to respect your chain of command and just do what they say. So having gone through that, one thing is the top of that chain of command is the commander-in-chief. Well, as of Monday, we got a new commander-in-chief. Not everybody likes that. A lot of people are upset. He's still our commander-in-chief. And I had to listen to his speech on Monday. And in his speech, he surprised me with something he said. He said he won 7 battleground states, all 7. He said, I did it with the help of the unions. The unions stepped forward. The unions in Detroit, they came in and helped him win Michigan. He praised people in Detroit. He mentioned the Teamsters. He mentioned the carpenters. And there's one I don't forget. Oh, the firefighters. So they took him over the top.
So Representative, that's your 3 minutes? Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do any of the unions that you mentioned actually endorse Donald Trump for president?
I don't know for sure. And I'm sure that there was a lot of people, and he knows who was supporting him and he didn't. He mentioned him. If you listen to his speech, he named them. He called them out by name that took him over the top. If you want to listen to his inaugural speech.
All right, and let's stay to the subject of HB 238, please.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Cahill.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Honorable Ben Baruti, for taking my question. You mentioned that your granddaughter is getting training to be a skilled carpenter, and I would have asked the prior speaker who in the IBEW, which I understand that electrical union teaches electricians, which I can't find one to do some work I need on my house. But that training and the skill set, is it correct that, you know, when you see a union worker, you don't have to say, look for somebody who says, I can do it cheaper, which is a scary phrase if we know better?
Well, cheaper is not always better.
Exactly.
You know, you get for what you pay. That's what I always say.
Thank you.
All right, any other further questions? Representative Leclerc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative, how much does your granddaughter pay to go to the schooling?
Nothing.
Thank you.
And any other follow-ups? Seeing no questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Sullivan.
Is it true that schooling is actually provided by the union?
Yes, it is fully funded by the unions.
Thank you.
And the teachers are trained professional carpenters.
Okay, now seeing no further questions. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you for your service.
Okay.
And Representative David Love, please. And on deck, Peggy Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Labor Committee. My name's Representative David Love, representing the town of Derry, Rockingham 13s, my fourth term. I served on this committee the last two terms. A little history on me. I was born into a family. My grandfather was a charter member of Teamster Local 25. His name's on the charter. My father was a lifelong Teamster. My mother's past president of one of the IBEW locals. Born right into a union household. I've probably learned more about contract negotiations and stuff at the kitchen table than most people will ever know. But I'd never support anything that stops someone from joining a union. And what we're looking at here is stopping somebody from not joining a union, and I wouldn't support that either. You know, the personal liberty is what's driving me. You know, a little more of my own history. In 1974, I joined the Teamsters myself. I was working for a liquor distributor. We had a business agent that went out and he drank his lunch with the bosses 3 times a week, and came back. And when we needed him, he was nowhere to be found. And it would have been nice to be able to say, "No, Mr. Business Agent, I'm not paying the dues this month until you start doing your job." But we couldn't do that. Okay. Like I said, I don't want to support anybody from not joining a union. To me, a union is like any other business. It's like AAA. You know, do you want the service or don't you? You know, do you want the benefits or don't you? If you don't want to buy in, you shouldn't have to buy in. It's like going out and buying if I went up to Motorcycles of Manchester and bought a new Harley Davidson, do I have to join the Hells Angels? You know, it's no different. Okay. We need to protect everybody's rights here. And to me, it's a liberty issue. You know, I'd never deny all the benefits of being a union member. I've had them in my own life. You know, I helped organize a bus company in Londonderry a long time ago, 10, 12 years ago, I think it was. But, I am pro-union, but I'm also pro-liberty. And that's the question here. You know, are we going to force people to do anything? I say no. And I urge you to vote to pass on this.
Great. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing no questions, sir, thank you for your time and thank you for your testimony. Oh, okay. Sir, can you please take the stand again? I'm sorry, Representative McKenzie, I did not see your hand.
Not a problem.
That's all right. I'll raise it. Good to see you again, Representative. And I've heard your story before. You've come before this committee. The question I have is, when you mentioned that there's nothing you could do about how your union was being run, it's my understanding that the members run the union, not the boss runs the union, but the members. So isn't it true that you could, at any time, work within your union to do what you think was best for your union? Because you've said that you had no control over that.
The problem there being, and somebody has mentioned it, the difference between a democracy and a constitutional republic. In a democracy, and that's what unions are, you've got 500 members and you've got one guy with a complaint. Well, 500 members rule. Okay. In this case, that you can resign from a union if this bill passes. You can say, no, I've had enough of this. You're not serving me well. I don't like your service. I don't like your product. Okay, whether and if that's the way you feel, you don't have to pay. You don't have to be a member. Okay, and otherwise, and back in 1974, I know we had laws, but those laws were being broken. I wish I had a copy of the contract. It was mandated that you join the union. And I know people that were let go. We had a thing where you had to work 96 hours in 30 days, and then you had to join the union. And I know people that were let go because they didn't want to join the union. Back in 1974, 1975, in that time period.
Okay, any other questions? Representative Sullivan.
You repeatedly say you had to join the union.
Yes.
Are you fully aware that it is illegal to force someone to join a union?
I am, but in 1974, that's what they were doing. Whether it was illegal or not, it was in that contract. Like I said, I wish I had a copy of that contract. It was in there. Must join.
Follow up.
Yes, sir.
You also mentioned that you were very dissatisfied with your union rep.
Yes.
I was a union rep for 25 years. It was my job to make sure the members were well taken care of. Part of what motivated me was I didn't want to have a complaint and go to my boss, because my boss would have dealt with that complaint. And I would have been, brought in the carpet. I'm proud to say it, for 25 years, that I had no complaints. And I was proud of the work I did. But if there's somebody who's not doing their job, they ought to be have a complaint. I ask you, did you file a complaint?
Filing a complaint back in those days would get you blackballed. Okay, you'd get no representation. You'd at the first little bit of trouble you got in, you'd be fired.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I have a follow-up question, and I think it's important in the sense that try to figure out when people withdraw from a union, how this would work. And
Okay.
I would
Please.
like to know. So the current situation is that everybody gets the same benefits, whether you're a member of the union or not. So if you withdraw from the union, you disconnect completely from the union. Now, I'm the employer. So could you explain to me how that would work if you had 50 different people, you had the union, they had people that were just independents within that organization? How would that work? And how would the boss or the owner of that company manage that kind of situation?
Well, I imagine they'd be able to, hire, fire, pay better benefits on merit. If you've got a super employee, you pay him. If the guy's a slug, well, that has to be reflective in how he's paid and his benefits too.
Well, So you're saying that you would have individual agreements. So you'd have the union contract, then you would have individual agreements with those people who wanted to be, didn't want to be part of the union. And is it your position that that would promote labor peace within an organization, or would that be disruptive to an organization?
Whether it promoted labor peace or not, it'd promote labor liberty.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. All right, thank you. Appreciate your testimony, Representative. And now I'd like to call Peggy Murphy and Pamela Ian on deck, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, and Happy New Year to you all. My name is Peggy Murphy McCarthy, and I live in Nashua. I am a member of IBEW Local 2320 in Manchester, a former member of the New Hampshire House, and I'm a Republican. My fellow Union Republicans and I have had a challenging time in New Hampshire. We've never understood the Republican disdain for unions. Aren't we all about limiting government interference? I took my job 28 years ago specifically because it had a union. I benefit from good wages, health care, retirement, safe work rules, paid medical leave, and pay equity. Those are 6 major labor issues that were negotiated, not legislated. This bill attempts to insert government into an existing, functioning private arrangement. It suggests that union workers are victims in need of rescue by the state. Worker freedom is just a clever rebranding of the rhetoric we heard in 2010 that this bill would break the back of organized labor. It's been a tough 15 years for sure. Much to our surprise, in July, President Trump chose for his running mate a senator who had walked a UAW picket line with his striking constituents. And then in August, the New Hampshire GOP chair announced an effort to reach out to Union Republicans, stating that we, and I quote, were no longer the opposition. After the election, President Trump selected for his labor secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer, a union-endorsed Republican congresswoman who co-sponsored the PRO Act. That news got everyone's attention. President Trump's slogan has been Make America Great Again, and I've seen many posts reflecting on how previous generations could support a family, own a home, and retire on one salary. Many of those grandparents, I would submit to you, were union members. In the mid-1950s, union membership was at its peak at about 35% of the workforce, and our economy was thriving. As the labor plank of the 1956 Republican platform stated, and I quote, the process of free collective bargaining has been strengthened by the insistence of this administration that labor and management settle their differences at the bargaining table without the intervention of the government. President Eisenhower was quoted, labor is the United States. The men and women who create the wealth that is shared in this country, they are America. I truly hope the outreach this summer was not in bad faith. Members of the committee, we cannot make America great again without giving those who built this country the respect and support they deserve and have earned. We keep the power on. We keep you online. We keep you safe, warm, and connected, and we get you where you need to be. Labor makes prosperity possible. We are doing our part. Please do yours by recommending this bill inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my questions. You suggest that right to work represents government interference, but what could be a greater interference than the federal government stripping away non-members' right to bargain for themselves or to represent themselves in a grievance?
Could you repeat that?
You suggest that right to work represents government interference, but what could be a greater interference than the federal government stripping away non-members' right to bargain for themselves or to represent themselves in a grievance?
I don't see that as government interference. They're in an agreed upon arrangement to work in this office, to work in this shop, to work wherever this work location is, under the umbrella of their collective bargaining agreement, that if something comes up, that they have a grievance, they will be represented by the union. If they want to represent themselves, they can work someplace else.
All right.
Follow up.
Keep it as questions, please.
Do you think that the federal government should be involved in forcing people out of their job if they do not want to join a union?
No, but that's not what this is.
Okay.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to request a copy of her speech that she seems to have written.
I have this one messy one. Can I submit a PDF to the committee?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Would you like the messy one? Well, you Representative Plain again. You're okay.
I appreciate your testimony. Oh, that was Miss Peggy Murphy. Oh, that was okay. I got yep. All right. Miss Pamela Ian.
Yes.
Okay, good. And then
wanna
on
thank-
deck is Mark Hayward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the committee. My name is Pamela Ian. I live in Concord, and I strongly support this bill. This bill is one of liberty and freedom, and since New Hampshire is the live free or die state, workers should have the freedom to choose whether to join a union or not and never be subjected to agency fees. Now, much of what I was going to discuss has already been mentioned, so I'm going to keep this brief. I've heard that government should not be involved in an organization which has the blessings of government through the National Relations Act of 1935, as Representative Granger just pointed out. Unions are forced to provide collective bargaining for anybody that's in that particular job. First of all, I don't see anything in the Constitution that gave the government the right to do this. So as far as I'm concerned, the government created the problem, and unfortunately it'll be up to government to rectify the problem by making right to work. Now, I've heard arguments that claim that without union representation, that chaos would ensue when it became time for worker contracts. In my younger days, I was a police officer in the state of Texas, which is a right-to-work state. There were never any problems with negotiation, whether it be with salary or benefits. Employees and employers can work together without labor unions representation. And it is the right, and to me it's very insulting that a government agency would think that I am incapable of negotiating for what I need for myself and my family. And as I've stated, in Texas, we did not have any problem. I heard one representative say that there would be a lot of different contracts. This was not the case, and it isn't today, because as I said, Texas is still a right-to-work state. So I implore you to pass this important bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question. Were you a member of a union in Texas, and are you a member of a union currently?
No, Texas well, back then, I don't know if there was right to work or not, but we were not a unionized police force in the city of Marshall, Texas. And I was forced to pay agency fees when I was a teacher here in New Hampshire. Fortunately, I was able to get a religious exemption, but then when they told me I would have to pay that $400, $500 to a charity, they wouldn't let me pick a charity that I would use. So again, I was being forced to do something that I shouldn't have had to do with my own hard-earned money. And luckily, when the Janus decision came by, I no longer had to abide by that rule. But unfortunately, a lot of people in the private sector will still have to do this. And as I said, and I'm going to reiterate this again, government created this problem in 1935, and hopefully we can get rid of it here in New Hampshire. Thank you.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for appearing before the committee. You were a union teacher at one point. Is that your testimony?
I was not a member of the union ever, but 10 years into my teaching here in New Hampshire, they decided that I had to pay the agency fee. And I was able to say no because of religious affiliations, which I had to prove.
Yeah,
and then they told me I couldn't give my money to a religious organization.
So the question I have is...
For a follow-up, sir?
Sure. As a non-union member, did you receive the benefits that were negotiated by the union, and did you take those benefits that were negotiated by the union to which you did not contribute to the administration of that thing? Did you take all the benefits?
Of course, just like I did in Texas when I was not a member of a union.
Thank you.
Representative Farrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a non-member, did the union ever advocate against your own interest?
Yes, by taking my money. I'm a single parent, and every cent counted.
Okay. Representative Staub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did you ever consider going to work for a non-public school during that time?
Yes, I did, but as a single parent, I considered going to one of the Catholic schools. And unfortunately, since Vatican II came out, it's very hard for teachers to have the same salary as public school or private schools.
I see. So the money was better in the public school.
It would have also been better in a private school other than Catholic.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Representative Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Okay, right to work allows workers to benefit from union negotiations without paying dues. How can you assure me of the fairness of some employees receiving the benefit of collective bargaining for free while others bear the cost?
Okay, as I've stated, the federal government created this problem, and two wrongs don't make a right. It is up to this body, for the citizens of New Hampshire, to tell the federal government we're not doing that. And there's been a lot of federal laws that are not right, are not constitutional, and they need to be challenged.
Okay, Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Just to clarify, did I hear correctly that the job you had as a union teacher paid better wages and benefits than was available to you in a non-union school?
In a Catholic school. And that's where I am a Catholic, and I considered working there in Concord because I am a single parent. Now, I might have been able to go to some private school somewhere else, but then I would have had to travel, been away from my kids more.
For a follow-up.
So it was better in your situation as a single parent to stay working with the union teaching job?
Teaching in the school where I was, yes. But as I said, it was wrong for the law in 1935 to prevent me from negotiating.
Okay.
So it's like a catch-22 there.
One was small.
Small follow-up. This
Yes.
is
But again,
testimony
yes,
and not interrogation.
right.
Okay.
Okay. But again, because of the union negotiated wages and benefits that you had, even minus the agency fee that I agree you did not like paying, your situation was better than going elsewhere.
I'm not going to say it was because of the union, because there's a lot of places where people work and they get benefits.
All right. Representative Schultz.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to take a point of personal privilege, if it's okay. And by that, I mean, I want to correct an important, I also am Catholic, and the bishop here in Manchester strongly opposes right to work, as does the Pope, as does the U.S. Conference of Bishops. That is among the values in
Okay,
my family.
That is not part
I
of
just
testimony.
wanted to correct that because it
that's not part of
misrepresents
testimony.
the Catholic Church.
That's not part of testimony. Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. I appreciate you coming and talking to us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Point of order. Representative Flanagan.
Thank you. These people are coming out probably a little bit intimidating being here in Concord, but let's not put them through the ringer here. Let's take their testimony, listen to what they have to say,
Noted.
and thank them for coming.
Noted. This is not interrogation. This is
It's
trying to
testimony.
understand
Thank
what's going on with HB 238. Thank you so much. Appreciate your cooperation. Mark Hayward, next. On deck, Representative Harrington. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Mark Hayward. I live in Manchester, and I am a retired member of the New Hampshire News Guild and also a member organizer with that group. I'm coming here to address this myth of this worker who's out there and is stranded and has no recourse because he or she is in a union. Unions are democratic, small d democratic organizations. They run elections, and if you're unhappy, you're in this union and you're unhappy with things. You don't like the work rules. You want merit pay. You want the business agent is drinking too much, like someone said. Well, what do? You do everything that you people have done. You run and you change things. Is it hard? Yes, right? You've got to convince people. You got to put your name out there. I admire you guys, whether I agree with you or not. Every 2 years, you go, you work, you go and you run and you get elected because you want to change things. Yeah, right. Well, I think unions do a little better than $100 a year. That's really, I never hear that point brought out enough, that you can change things. I work for a union, and I've done some organizing organizing work on a renewal contract. Both of those had merit pay. So I think that's a trend, at least in the News Guild, is to have merit pay in union contracts. So, any other questions?
I appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. What would you say to the workers who do not wish to engage in increased levels of workplace politics?
You mean donating to political campaigns, or?
Well, you mentioned that.
Or follow up.
So you mentioned that you can change things.
Right.
Through a similar method that we use to become representatives for $100 a year.
Yeah.
So what would you say to those workers who do not wish to have more workplace politics?
I guess then whatever their concern isn't that important. I think the analogy is, I live in Manchester, but you know what? And I get police coverage, fire coverage, my roads are plowed, but you know what? I don't want to pay taxes, so I just won't vote, and everything will be fine. That's just not how it works in this country.
For a follow-up.
Would you consider union dues a sort of tax?
Yes.
Thank
And
you.
agency fees, sure.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Representative Horgan. And on deck is Tom Eaton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for getting my name right the second time. I had a funny experience in the Senate once, which was the chair kept saying, Representative Harrington, who's another rep from Stratford County, and I was looking around for Michael Harrington, and she realized I thought I'd written my name clearly enough, but apparently I didn't, but I apologize. So I'm Resident Timothy Horrigan, Horrigan, and I'm from Stratford County District 10, the town of Durham. And the phrase right to work is misleading. Obviously, work is a privilege, not a right. I mean, everybody deserves the opportunity to work, but nobody's entitled to any particular job with any particular employer. And every employer does have the right to set the terms of the employment. And if you want to work for that employer, you need to meet those terms. And some employers have chosen to be union shops, and obviously that usually doesn't happen 100% voluntarily. They usually unionize only if the workers get together to organize a union, which is pretty difficult. But every employer has the right to get by with non-union labor, to move their existing facilities somewhere else, including to North Carolina or overseas, or even to shut down altogether. So I'm in my 9th term now. I've been getting letters, snail mail letters delivered by unionized postal workers from New England Right to Work for over 15 years now. And I haven't saved all those letters, but I do have the 20 and 2013 letters. And they both say exactly the same thing as the 2025 letter. And one of their talking points is repeated reference to a report by PHS Fantas, the nation's longtime leading business relocation firm. And that firm actually hasn't existed for 20 years. And I have good reason to believe that that report does not actually exist. And if they did, they were a consulting firm that was selling a particular version of business climate. And one of the things in what they thought was a good business climate was a non-union workforce. But that was just their opinion. And ironically, they don't exist anymore because they got bought up by a large company, which sold into another large company. And that's something I'm sure the workers for that company lost their jobs in that process. And so about 2005, it disappeared altogether. But, so you have my written testimony, which you've seen twice because I handed out copies and put it on the portal. But anyway, unions, and I'm still lifting a phrase here from Mark Hayward, just testified, they're small d democratic institutions. They're not perfect, but they're more democratic than many other institutions. So any union members dissatisfied with the union's performance is free to work with the union committee. They're also free to go somewhere else. If the pay rates and working conditions are better somewhere else, they can go somewhere else. But usually, in fact, almost always, those pay rates and working conditions are better when the workers can collectively negotiate through the union. And if some worker doesn't want anything at all to do with unions, just about every profession has a choice of non-union shops.
And Representative, your time is up.
All right, thank you.
Are there any questions?
Sure. Thanks.
Seeing no questions, thank you for your
Okay,
testimony.
good. Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'd like to call Tom Eaton, please. And on deck would be John Kolb.
Hello, Chair and Representatives.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Tom Eaton. I'm a lifelong New Hampshire resident and proud IBW member. I'm here representing myself. I testified my opposition to the Right to Work Senate Bill 516 on March 19, 2024. I focused on the statistics obtained by Vermont's 2024 Proposition 3. The proposition passed the Vermont House and Senate unanimously. This sent a strong message to Vermont's middle class. Their elected officials support them and not corporate lobbyists pushing a Washington, D.C. agenda in our region. There are still no right-to-work states in New England to date, and we should keep it that way. We are here today to oppose Right-to-Work House Bill 238. Right-to-work always has been and always will be wrong for New Hampshire. There is nothing about right-to-work that makes our state a better place to work or live. The effects of right-to-work are quite the opposite in states where it has been voted in. Right-to-work is not beneficial to workers. Its only purpose is to weaken unions from within by financial distress. The name right-to-work is quite deceiving. No labor unions wish unemployment for workers. We feel the exact opposite. We want the safest, best workplaces and practices we can achieve. Union jobs are more attractive to workers because of the compensation, benefits, and retirement that are collectively bargained for. Unions are voted into shops and workplaces under NLRB guidelines and procedures by a majority vote of the employees. If someone does not wish to work at a union shop, they are free to work at a non-union shop that performs the same job. I compel you all to think who this legislation really serves. It does not benefit the people of New Hampshire. It intends to diminish our quality of life for the profit of others. Please help send the message to New Hampshire voters that our elected officials support our middle-class, blue-collar workers and not the Washington, D.C. corporate lobbyists pushing this agenda. Please find HB 238 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. I appreciate you coming in. I'd like to call John Kolb, please. And on deck will be Kristen Bowen.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, my name is John Kalb, and I'm Vice President of the National Right to Work Committee and a resident of Berlin, New Hampshire. On behalf of our many members and supporters here in New Hampshire, I urge you to support House Bill 238, the New Hampshire Right to Work Bill. Of course, a number of other people are going to be talking about the economic arguments in favor of right to work, which are very real. The fact is, over the last decade, right-to-work states saw 16% job growth, while New Hampshire lagged behind at 5.5%. Kentucky in 2017 passed right-to-work in January, went into effect immediately, and they added 100,000 jobs, saw $9.2 billion in investment in new projects. Their previous high was $5.5 billion. Oklahoma went from 40th in job growth to first almost immediately and stayed in the top 5 over the next decade. Indiana, dozens of projects in the pipeline within 8 months of right to work. It works. West Virginia lost jobs in the 6 years leading up to right to work, 6,000 jobs, if I remember right, added 22,000 in the 3 years after it passed it. And they recovered from the losses for COVID way faster than most other states. The reason for this is something like half of all states considering relocation or expansion automatically rule out non-right to work states. But in the range of my time, I'd just like to talk a little about some of the arguments you're likely to hear. As you know, tens of thousands of workers in New Hampshire presently have no choice. If they're forced to pay union dues or not have a job. And common sense tells us that no private organization should be able to take away a worker's livelihood for refusal to bankroll that organization. And common sense also tells us freedom is two-sided. That's why the First Amendment bars Congress from prohibiting religious observance and also bars Congress from forcing anyone to worship. Same principle should apply in labor law. Freedom to associate is meaningless without freedom not to associate, yet right-to-work opponents claim a worker who wants to join a union somehow isn't truly free unless all his coworkers pay up. There are several rationalizations for this. The first is that they're forced to pay, represent non-members. As several people have said, that's just not true. In the private sector, I'll quote William Gould, who was appointed by Bill Clinton to serve as chairman of the NLRB. In his book, Agenda Reform, he said, the law permits members-only bargaining without regard to majority rule or an appropriate unit and without regard to exclusivity. The fact is, exclusive representation is something the union bosses demand, not something that is foisted on them. Second rationalization is on this false assumption that workers, all workers benefit. I mean, as a simple example here in New Hampshire was in 2009, the State Employees Association refused to negotiate furloughs, and as a result, 250 workers who were then forced to pay union dues at the time lost their jobs. Those workers lost their jobs as a direct result of the union's negotiating strategy. Please tell me how those workers benefit from union membership. Indeed, then California Attorney General, okay, I'm up. I'll stop.
Thank you so much. Representative Granger.
Never mind.
Roger. Representative Staub, please.
You gave us a lot of data. Can I ask where that data came from, and can you provide it to us?
Yes, I can. With regards to the specifics, most of it comes from just federal, employment data combined with. We typically use the Merrick cost of living data, index, but yeah, I can get it right over.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You had mentioned West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
And I think all of us received an email of a video that Governor Justice put out saying that they enacted right to work and no one was beating down his door to bring their businesses to West Virginia. And I'm just wondering, how does the data that you had saying they had monumental growth compared to what he testified or stated in a state of the state address? I would imagine that's what it was.
So Representative Flanagan, I know that you've probably seen a dishonest attack ad in politics once or twice in your life.
At least.
Yeah, people in this room have seen them a lot, probably about them. In any event, before he said that, Governor Justice made it clear he supported right to work and he cautioned against twisting his words. I mean, the fact is what he was saying in context is that West Virginia hadn't done enough. I mean, in 2019, Justice came out and said that, yeah, right to work was a reason why they were adding jobs. But after COVID, I mean, look, he's a guy who wants the state to be better. And so, yeah, he's looking to do more to advocate for his state. Understandable. But anyway, you have another question.
Okay.
Just
For a follow-up.
the video was of him.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know how you could put words in his mouth when it comes out of his mouth that he was doing a state. But anyway, regardless,
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Representative Labry, and then Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. The North Country is economically challenged. And what do you think that this law, if passed, would do to that North Country?
Near and dear to my heart as a Berlin guy. Yeah, I think it would help. I mean, it would get, so right to work, what the old Fanta study says and what most of these other studies say is that it's a primary selection criteria for half of companies. So they're not even looking at non-right to work states. It's kind of like if you're looking for real estate and you need a house, you're only looking at houses with a garage or something. And, your right to work is kind of like a free garage. I mean, unlike a lot of other economic development things, I mean, a company that insists on an interstate highway coming to their town is not going to consider Berlin, but it is going to get them more looks, and it'll help them hopefully close out a few jobs and get some real prosperity up there.
For
For a follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess not only in my opinion, but in the opinion of a lot of folks, there's a lot of union jobs in the North Country, whether it's the prison systems or whatnot, and it still remains depressed. How do you square that?
So you're asking me why there are a lot of union jobs and why the area is depressed? Look, a lot of companies have moved out. I mean, and they never got replaced. I mean, Berlin had a population over 20,000 in the 1920s, and it's down, I think, 9,000 right now. It's just, the package of, logging has moved, has gotten smaller, and paper mills, and there just really hasn't been, they sold the prisons as a way of, bringing in other employment, but, it just hasn't been enough. And I'd like to see more come into the North Country.
Thank you.
Okay. And Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I should have held this question for you, given your affiliation. Why do you think the national GOP platform under Donald Trump removed the right to work plank?
So there are a lot of things they took out of the platform. I mean, if you look at the 2024 platform, it's a much simpler sort of overarching statement of principles rather than a bill of specifics. And they just, they took number of issues unrelated to right to work out of the platform. It's a much simpler document. You have less words, you say less.
Okay. And Representative McKenzie, sir, and Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr.
I've got you on
Chairman.
deck.
You had a lot to say during the course of this testimony, and it's very difficult to unpack it. But let me say one thing, that the North Country for many, many years was wall-to-wall unions up there. And it was a failure of, and the economy changed and the mills closed. But that aside, this particular bill, as I read it, has two provisions in it. One is relates to becoming remain a union member, which currently is a jurisdiction of the federal government. So this has no real impact that people currently can join a union or not join a union. They can come to work in a there is no such thing as a union shop anymore, but they can come to work in any business in the state of New Hampshire, union or non-union, and do not have to currently, they're not prohibited from doing that. Do we agree on that that is one provision of this?
Well, you misspoke, sir. The union shop is not prohibited, but the closed shop is prohibited. But yeah, and the problem is that workers are still being forced to pay a union as a condition of employment, and we consider that wrong.
So, Mr. Chairman, that's the point of this legislation. There's a lot of other stuff included in it, but it comes down to that second section, that's number 2, which basically says it's about paying union dues. It's about paying agency fees, correct? Because it's not going to change in terms of people's access to employment.
Well, I do think it's important to reiterate a worker's right to join a union if they so choose. I think that's important philosophically.
They can do that now.
But yeah, no, I mean, but yeah, obviously, the teeth of the bill is that it eliminates the practice of forcing workers to join or support a union.
Okay, and Representative Sullivan, sir.
Representative McKenzie did a good job of taking my thunder.
Okay, Representative Rager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is a non-union member who is forced to pay union dues allowed to vote in the union?
No.
Thank you.
And Representative Susie, and then Representative Leclerc.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I see you wearing the orange badge. Do you represent Right to Work?
Yes, I'm an employee of the National Right to Work Committee.
Do you receive a fee or a paycheck to do that?
Yeah, I'm an employee.
Okay, so my question would be, you're representing the National Right to Work and you charge them a fee, you get a paycheck. Why should unions have to represent people and not get paid to do it as well?
They've demanded that power under federal law. I mean, this isn't something foisted on them. It's something they've demanded. That's a clear difference.
Okay, and Representative Leclerc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would have to agree with you that 80% of the people that live in New Hampshire support people's ability to have the right to work. Do you believe that they understand the legislation and would agree with it if they knew really what it was? Basically a union busting bill?
It's a simple bill. It really is just giving workers freedom to choose whether or not they believe a labor union, benefits them. Yeah, it's about personal freedom.
Just quick follow-up.
For a follow-up, please.
Yeah, I just don't think that most people really understand what this bill does or what it's trying to do. So I kind of would have to disagree with what you're.
Okay, so we can ask questions.
Yeah,
of
so the
witnesses?
question is, do you really believe that people understand what this bill is saying and that it really affects them in any way, shape, or form?
I believe they understand it. And I believe that it does affect, look, rising tide lifts all boats. If you got more jobs coming to the state, by definition, that's going to mean those are better jobs. Because if people come in and offer employment, they're not going to get any takers unless they're offering better than what people already have.
Okay, and Representative Farrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot about this legislation weakening unions. Is union participation higher in right-to-work states or non-right-to-work states?
It varies a good bit. In particular, I out from memory, Alabama and Nevada have higher union participation rates. Wisconsin, I think, too, than New Hampshire. Overall, by and large, forced unionism states have higher union density. But is that correlation or causation?
Okay, and Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Why would unions demand the right to represent non-members?
They get a lot of power by virtue of the fact that they have control over all the workers, and there's no competition. I mean, if you had workers able to, look, as a manager, it's pretty easy to negotiate pay for multiple people. I manage a couple people, and it's not a big time suck for me. But really, if you actually started seeing workers paid better, there was a case out in Nebraska a good long time ago, but school board couldn't find a teacher to teach shop class they had to offer $5,000 more money because there simply were no qualified people to actually teach the thing. And the NEA took them to court saying, no, you're paying them more. That's unacceptable. And their lawyer told the Omaha World Herald that was a victory for collective bargaining when that failed. That's one of the very few cases that actually came out. But, there's this sort of idea that, it allows them to present the fiction that everyone's benefiting because it's everyone getting the same deal. That would be one example.
Okay, so we can ask questions for a long time. And the longer we ask questions, the longer we go. So if it is a germane question that is going to help our understanding of HB 238, please ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you consider it a hostage scenario?
No, they're not free riders, they're captive passengers.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions. Sir, thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry, were you up? Yes. Representative Cahill, for your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cowell. I think you mentioned Oklahoma as a right-to-work state. Were they an early adopter or just recent?
They were 2001.
2001.
Yes.
Interesting. Follow-up?
For a follow-up.
Yes. Well, I was reading that in the 90s, they were trying to attract United Airlines, and they sent people to go and visit Oklahoma City for a week, and they came back and they said they didn't want to live there. Nothing against Oklahoma City myself, but it wasn't until they enacted a 1% sales tax and started investing in the town that they were attracting businesses. And in fact, they're going to have an Olympic event some 2,000 miles away from the Summer Olympics. Should we enact a 1% sales tax in New Hampshire? Do we draw?
Okay, does that relate to HB 238, sir?
Vaguely. I give you
Exceptionally vaguely.
I see. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And Representative Clerk?
Yeah, thanks again, Mr. Chair. So do you understand that the union's wages are a minimum wage for their employees?
Yeah, I guess in a sense, yeah.
Okay, just a quick follow-up, please.
Please.
As long as, are you aware that as long as they get the minimum, their minimum wage, they can actually get more? So if I, just as an example, I'm a union carpenter. If I make X, I can negotiate for more as, you know, by being a foreman, producing more, and a company that I work for can give me benefits and higher pay if they so choose, as long as I get at least the minimum. Are you aware of that?
So there are a lot of weird things in the construction industry. That's not typical of a lot of unionized employment, but yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously, if you move into if you're a teacher, if you get your master's degree, but it's set by the terms of the contract.
Were you aware that I could do that though?
No, as I said, there are a lot of weird
Thank
things
you.
in the construction industry.
Okay, one last look around. We're clear. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. I'd like to call Kristen Bowen, please. And on deck is Mike King. And before we get started, we are going to go through lunch. So we're just going to continue driving through. Members of the committee, if you'd like to take a break, by all means, take a break. We need to maintain a quorum of 11. And outside of that, ma'am, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable committee members. My name is Kristen Gowan, and I represent the Electrical Contractors Association, representing electrical construction companies. So that's the employers, the business owners, both small and large, here in New Hampshire. And our jurisdiction also covers Massachusetts and Maine. Some of the IBEW members that are employed by my employers are residents of New Hampshire, but maybe members of other local unions throughout the region. So I am here today to testify in opposition to House Bill 238, also known as Right to Work. As I mentioned, NECA, our contractors are responsible electrical and telecommunication contractors. And what we do is we advance the industry through advocacy, education, research, and standards development. And we are only able to accomplish this as an employer organization in conjunction with our partnership with the IBEW, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Our partnership with the IBEW allows us to perform work with special knowledge and experience needed for every kind of project that you can imagine. It allows us to reduce accidents and injuries, and in turn, reduce costly delays on projects. Our partnership with the IBEW allows us to eliminate callbacks, limit change orders, helps to avoid emergencies that can bust budgets on these construction projects, and incidents that turn into legal issues. When a contractor calls the hiring hall at the IBEW, they know that they're going to get someone who is trained and knowledgeable. In short, this partnership guarantees that our contractors get a job. When we get a job, it will be staffed by the highly skilled workers who complete this on time, many times under budget, and that work is performed on that job is the highest quality. The point of all this is we can do this because of the agreements that we privately negotiate with the IBEW and its members. Both IBEW members and the contractors that I represent provide value to one another. The electricians receive training, fair pay, safe working conditions, and the contractors, in turn, receive highly trained and skilled workers that meet these requirements and obligations on project. Once again, zero cost to the general public. This has been our business model for decades, and we do not need nor want government to interfere with the contracts and the agreements that we make as a private business association. This relationship is essential not only to our continued success, but also to the continued success of infrastructure projects throughout this state and the country. Although most of our NECA contractors are small business owners, we also have large multinational companies as our members. All of these businesses that we represent think right to work is bad for business. So on behalf of all of the large, medium, and small businesses that we represent, we respectfully request that you vote against House Bill 238. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Right on time. You're brilliant and brief. Good. Any questions from the committee? Seeing no questions, thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman.
And we have Mr. Mike King, please.
You want to break for lunch first, or?
We're not breaking for lunch.
Okay.
We're driving on. And Janice Kelbel? Okay.
I want to thank the committee for their time and their efforts in this matter. It's very close to my heart. I appreciate it. And I want to thank everybody for the very thorough questions. The gentleman down in the corner with the gray suit, sir, the asking of the vice president of the Citizens Against Citizens for Against Right to Work. Okay, well, like, you know, it was good to know that the businesses are paying his salary. Sir, Berlin, I think you might solve your problem by establishing a major hospital and a major college up that way, if that's possible. Okay. My name is Mike King. I'm a local 7 iron worker. Spent 22 years on the iron before I got hurt. I wrote something down here, and I hope that you can all relate to it. Okay, if we're lucky, and I do mean lucky, we all get 100 years to live. Okay? There's a lot of moments in 100 years. Okay? Every moment is precious. Every moment is an opportunity to invest in the next moment after it. Okay? Now, the ideal life consists of 20 years of learning, 45 years of earning, and the rest for yearning, or your golden years. Okay? Just like we strive for that pillow every night to get some rest, relaxation, and hopefully some comfort, we do the same thing for our retirements. Okay? We all strive to reach retirement so we can rest, relax, and be comfortable, hopefully. But you can't be comfortable if you don't have any money. Okay? Now, as a union member, I received a pension, an annuity, and health care. Okay? I retired with dignity. I never thought that was I never thought that was possible where I came from. But I did it. And all thanks to Local 7. I'm an investor. I made a lot of good investments in my life. 30 years ago, I quit drinking and smoking. Decided to invest in my body and my mind. Then I joined Local 7. 25 years ago. I've been almost 3 years now. I've been out. Great investment. From that, I compounded a house, bought and paid for now. Okay? I have an annuity, and I have a pension. Okay? I quadrupled my pension, my annuity last year in the stock market. So what I was able to do was generate generational wealth, if there's any investors around here. Phenomenal. Okay? From a kid who grew up eating out of trash barrels because he was so hungry and being caught by the cafeteria lady, which was very embarrassing. Sir, please.
So this is a compelling testimony.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
In fairness,
I just want to let you people know what the union has done for me.
So are you in favor of right to work or not in favor?
No, I'm against right to work.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay, all right. I apologize, sir. Okay.
Are there any questions for this witness?
No, I'm not. Am I done?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I got some good stuff.
I know you do, and we would love to read that. You can put it on the portal, or you can hand it to us, and
sure.
it'll be available to all of us.
I didn't get to the good part yet.
Well,
Can we make an amendment for that? It can be allotted.
yeah, we're making an amendment. If are there any questions, please? Representative Stop.
Mr. King, what is the best part of your testimony that we did not hear?
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Okay. When a union member retires, okay, they have a nice retirement package. Okay. Like I said, the annuity, the pension, your Social Security. I refer to it as the pot of gold. Everybody that's a union member retires with dignity and a little pot of gold. Now, the non-union members, the only one that retires with a pot of gold is the owner of the company. Okay? And so those people have to suffer for the rest of their lives. The goal in life, okay, is to not ever worry about a bill again, isn't it? To never have to work. Okay? For your time to be of leisure. Folks, that's what a union does for members. Okay, right to work. New Hampshire, as we all know, we all read the paper or the computer. New Hampshire is the #1 state in the country to retire. Okay, Manchester, New Hampshire is the hottest real estate market in the country. Manchester, New Hampshire. Okay, we did all that without right to work. So
All right,
why
sir.
do we need right to work?
Thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions?
Well,
Seeing no further questions, sir, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And I'd like to call Janice Kelby, please. And on deck is Representative Colcom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Janice Kelby, and I'm a retired postal worker. I worked a midnight shift in a mail processing plant at the USPS for over 29 years. I currently live in Hooksett, New Hampshire. I was a single parent when I was hired and very aware that the benefits that made me want to seek a job at the post office had been obtained through the union and their negotiations. It is more evident with the Postal Service than it is a lot of places because the Postal Service has a category of employees called casuals. Casuals weren't necessarily short-term. Some had worked for more than 10 years. They were not part of the bargaining unit, and that made the difference between what the Postal Service gave you out of the kindness of their heart and what had been attained by the union very clear. Casuals' wages were far less than ours, although they often did identical work. They got no sick leave, no health benefits, earned minimal time off, paid time off, and no retirement benefits. Folks were not knocking down the doors to become a casual. They wanted the career jobs. They wanted them complete with all the benefits negotiated by the union. So workers who are telling you they want nothing to do with the union are not being 100% honest. They do want the benefits that were achieved by the union, and the benefits do not just simply fall out of the sky. Sadly, working for the USPS is somewhat like being in a right-to-work state. People who choose not to join the union don't share the cost of representation. Most postal workers join the union, but not all. Having some people enjoy the contract benefits without helping with the cost does, in fact, create division and resentment. The union is obligated by federal law to represent the non-members who pay nothing, not even for their own personal representation. I know in my local, we had to defend a guy who was not a union member, and the fees for the arbitrator for just one day, and this was 20 years ago, was $1,500 just for a one-day hearing. That came out of my dues, not his. The bigger issue is the considerable resources that go into negotiating a contract. I went to a national arbitration case to testify one time about the job duties of a particular job. And I listened first to the economist talk and several other expert witnesses. Those people were paid to be there by the union, and that's what made us get an increase in the wages for that particular job. That wouldn't happen without that. I just have one question. If there's people
Ma'am,
who
thank you
are
for your testimony. Please, are there any questions? Seeing no question, I'm sorry, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would love to hear your question, and I don't know if it's of us as a committee or.
My question is why, if there are all these businesses that are going to flock to New Hampshire if we get right to work, didn't anybody tell them that right to work or that a agency fee is not a requirement? They don't have to negotiate it. So that's nothing but baloney that they're going to flock here to New Hampshire. They could flock here now and say, no, I don't want a fair share clause.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. I'd like to call Representative Colcom, please. And on deck is Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hello to my fellow Labor Committee members. Sorry that I'm not with you this year. For the record, I'm Representative Rashay Colcom from Hillsborough District 30. Heard from one of the previous speakers that those people who work for non-union companies don't prosper from it, and that the only person who walks away with the gold is the owner. I'd like to share my story. I started working for a commercial heating and air conditioning company back in 1993, and my position was an entry-level position. Over the course of my 25 years there, I retired as a vice president and general manager running an operation with a $6 million, actually more than $6 million budget. We were non-union, and I believe that I advocated pretty well for myself, and that the owner of the company was not the only one who walked away with the gold, that many of us had the opportunity to advance ourselves in that company and advocate well for ourselves. And they worked with us to help reach our goals. So one of the things I'd like to share is over the 25 years that I was there, when I started, we had 125 employees. Over the 25 years, we grew to over 400 employees. Throughout the course of that time, we had the trade unions coming in. They would send in their employees, and they tried multiple times to organize our company. They were tireless at it. We were successful every time, and we believe it was because we offered great benefits, great wages. We had a strong focus on safety. We had continual training. We had a robust health and dental insurance plan, which you hear today that doesn't exist with non-union companies. So as a non-union company, we also did a lot of government work between the state and with the federal agencies. And we were required to pay the prevailing rates, which was the union scale wages that we are hearing about today. And having been a person who did the certified payroll, I could see that we almost always paid higher than the union scale rates. And we didn't have the adjustments that we could take off and deduct from those union scale rates that the union had. So they had an advantage over us on the competition for winning these jobs, bidding on these jobs. But we were still successful in keeping ourselves in the market. So we hear about the policies that don't create jobs or improve economic outcomes. Again, I'll say that we grew to over 400 employees. So we created over 300 jobs in the course of 25 years. I believe that had the union been successful in organizing us, that those employees who wanted to remain as non-union should have had that right. They started off with a company that was non-union. It was the union sending in their employees to try to organize us. So they should have had that right to stay representing themselves. They should have had the right to not pay union dues.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate your testimony. Any questions for Representative Colcom?
Just one
Representative
quick one.
Leclerc.
Thank you, Representative. We miss you here too. We wish you were still on the committee. And we've talked before, and where you work sounds like a great place, and I would never, ever knock that. And I would never knock any open shop company that provides for their employees like yours did. Just a quick question though, did you have to contribute for your like health insurance or anything like that, or was that fully company funded?
It's an interesting question. I did have to contribute. And my employees, all of the employees had to contribute. It was a 80-20 split. The company picked up 80%, we paid 20. And I had a woman who was working for me who didn't sign on for the benefits. And what she told me was her husband was a carpenter, union carpenter worker, and he had to buy the insurance benefits, and he didn't have the option to opt out. So he was paying over $300 a week for his insurance benefits that she could have bought for $60 a week through our organization.
Can I follow up with that?
For a follow-up, sir.
Just so you know, we don't pay for our health insurance. Our people that we work for, it's in the contract, as part of our contract, that the companies that we work for pay for our health insurance.
I should
It doesn't come
clarify,
out of
this was in New
pay.
York. So
Oh, okay.
different in
And
New York,
it may
in
be
Albany.
different there. I
Correct.
do not know. I'm just saying in New Hampshire, nothing comes out of my check for my health insurance.
The insurances were equal as far as their coverage. They were very comparable.
Yep, good. I'm happy for you that everything was great.
And Representative Staub.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. It's good to see you. My question is, if your company had not been so good to its employees, do you think the union might have had more success in organizing your workplace?
Hard to say. I mean, it's possible, right? But they knew we were treating our employees well and what the benefits were. For them, it was strictly a membership financial gain for them to come in and get our employees into their union.
Okay, no further questions. I'd like to bring Representative Matt Coker up, and Representative Howard will get you right after him, if that's okay. And he was waiting right outside, so I'm standing by. Okay, so we'll catch him later. Representative Howard, it's on you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And on deck is Kim Hokanson.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Representative Heath Howard. I represent the towns of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. I'm the son of a union member in the Rochester School District and have seen how unions work firsthand because they're not just organizations, but communities. When I was 16 years old, I broke my back, and my mom used all of her sick days and all of her vacation days to be with me. The thing is that fellow teachers and union members made us meals, gave us gas cards, and even visited us in the hospital. The union was there for my family when we needed it most. HB 238 is a bill that would destroy the ability for labor unions to organize and undermine the very agreement of how they can function effectively. I want to give a little background to the committee about the formation and dissolution of labor unions. They are formed by holding an election and can be dissolved by holding an election. Just like this past November when Donald Trump became president of the United States, or in 2020 when Joe Biden did. We are all subject to the same laws and taxes implemented by them. Workplaces operate just like any other state, and whether you like paying taxes or dues, they fund important infrastructure essential to benefiting the masses. I'll end my analogy now by making a stark contrast between the government and unions. Unions are widely trusted and unite people of all political parties. Why? Because they consistently produce results for workers in the form of better contracts, pay, or benefits. Passing this legislation would create the opportunity for people to freeload off of a union by benefiting from everything that the dues pay for without contributing. It is an all or nothing game and demand the same benefits, and if an employer were to deny, sorry, I apologize. This so-called right to work circumvents the whole election process, making it pointless, and in turn tramples the rights of others. If people want to stop working in a union workplace, they can vote on it. Simply put, right to work is wrong for New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions of this witness? Seeing no questions, thank you. And do you have your written testimony?
I can forward it to the committee.
If you could put it that, and Representative Colcom, if you have yours, that would be fine too. Okay, thank you, ma'am. And Kim Hokinson? Thank you. And on deck is David Bebo. Bobo? Gotcha.
I have to look at the clock so I can say good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Kim Hokinson. I am the Deputy Director of Contractor Relations for the North Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters. I am here as a Nashua resident, but also obviously representing my organization. And I'm here today to read a letter that 8 of our largest New Hampshire companies drafted and signed on to. So we have John Bennett, who's the president of New England Finish Systems in Salem, New Hampshire. Tom Steves, who's the president of TJ McCartney in Nashua, New Hampshire. Dan Lynch, who's the president of Limo Construction. Marco Plant, who's the VP of Save on Wall in Hudson, New Hampshire. Rhonda Pelletier, who's the CEO of Universal Drywall in Auburn. Christine St. Laurent, who is a partner of Genex Construction Group in Hudson. Dave Anzalone, who's a president of president of AEG in Salem, New Hampshire, and Tom Butler, who is a principal of Select Tile in Salem. And this is their letter. As members of the New Hampshire business community and signatory contractors with the North Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters, we are writing to express our strong opposition to HB 238 FN, so-called Right to Work bill. As you know, for almost 20 years, and I think it's, as we've heard today, much longer than that, efforts to pass this legislation have been defeated by bipartisan groups of legislators who voted down these bills because they knew right to work is bad for New Hampshire workers, taxpayers, and businesses. As business owners, we believe that right to work is bad public policy because it mandates government interference in a free market and will adversely impact our New Hampshire-based businesses. If passed by this legislation, the right to work will intrude on our businesses' ability to freely negotiate contracts that we determine are in the best interest of our companies. This is not a decision the state should be making, especially here in New Hampshire. This legislation will also adversely impact our businesses because it harms the union's industry's leading training programs that provide our businesses with highly trained workers. As building contractors, we are partners with the North Atlantic States Training Fund, which provides comprehensive, reliable skill training and professional development of our workforce at no cost to the state taxpayers. The Training Fund apprentice model is also one of the most successful recruiting and retention tools available to our companies. By weakening unions and our training programs, Right to Work will make it harder for us to find trained employees in New Hampshire that will hurt our companies and our state's economy. We also believe that passing Right to Work will harm our communities because studies have shown, I'm a slow reader. You all have it in front of you, but please.
It's okay, ma'am. You passed it out, and so we have that in the record.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Are there any questions for this witness? Representative Staub.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I live in Manchester, and I often go by the beautiful facility that the Carpenters Training Center is. And I am just wondering, you said that this right to work would impact the ability to train carpenters. Do you know how many people or how many trainees there are? Or could you get that information to us of how many carpenters are being trained?
That's a great question. And we actually have our lead instructor from the training center here today to testify as well. So I believe we'll make sure that Mark is able to answer that question for you. But it is, like you said, we have an amazing training facility right on Candy Road here in, down in Manchester. And it is amazing to be able to have New Hampshire residents train for free at no cost, just like the gentleman's granddaughter behind us, right? She was able to train for free to, like, you know, I started 19 years ago myself, right? 13 years in the field working. It is an amazing opportunity to get a free education. So
Okay.
thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? All right. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your testimony. And David Bobo, please, is next. And on deck, we have Stefan Genslow. Genslow? We good? Okay. Thank you. Appreciate your patience. Sir.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to hear me out. I just want to say I'm kind of going to wing it a little bit. I had something written up, but after hearing all the testimony, I kind of see that a lot of you really understand more so what this bill is about than the previous year when I was here, which is good to see. I'm representing Gen X Construction and Save on Wall Construction here. I'm a project manager for them. We do anywhere from $50 to $75 million worth of construction work a year. We oppose this. We think that it's not good for New Hampshire. I heard somebody mention something about it being compared to a hostage situation as far as being a union member. Me, myself, I am a union member as well. I'm actually a union member who was just diagnosed with cancer in the past 2 months. And because I'm a union member, the one thing I didn't have to worry about throughout all of this is how I was going to be able to pay for it. My family's taken care of. My medical is covered. All I've got to do is focus on getting better. And I can do that because the union helps me. I worked non-union for 20 years in this industry. I didn't have anything that I have like I do now because of the union. I don't have to pay my dues. I have the right to go work anywhere I want. I do it by choice. Every member does it by choice. No one's forced to do anything. I think that's the part that really people don't understand with this. No one's forced to do this. And the fact that it keeps coming up and we got to keep talking about it, even though it gets shot down repeatedly, I understand that that's how legislation works. I think there's better things our tax dollars can be going for than talking about this situation consistently that keeps getting shot down. The education's great. From an employer standpoint, the people that we get from the Carpenters Union, they're educated, they're safe, they're not going to hurt themselves when they go to work. We're confident in that. We don't have to worry about having to call someone's family and say, hey, Joe fell off the staging, he's not going to be home tonight. Joe is trained how to walk on that staging to make sure that he's going to be safe and get home to his family. You don't really get that anywhere else without having to pay out of pocket. The Carpenters Union does that for us. So for the measly 20-something we pay in dues a month, my return on investment is tenfold. I do it gladly every time. That's really all I have to say.
I appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you, sir, for your testimony. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And on deck, we have Mark Antarian. Mark Antarian.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Stefan Gonsalves. I'm here for myself, my family, and my union. I've worked for the United Steelworkers and lived in Salem, New Hampshire for over 25 years. I raised 3 children, 2 of which are adults now, in New Hampshire. My middle daughter, when she was 3 years old, was diagnosed with histiocytosis. It's a disease that basically it ate her bones in her ear, and over probably 20 surgeries, chemotherapy. Now, years later, it's considered a cancer. But because of my union and my union insurance and everything that my union did for me, I didn't pay 1 cent out of my pocket for the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical bills that we had. My question is, why and when? Why do we continue to try to pass this so-called right to work in a state where we don't want it or need it? When is this going to stop? I have been here for every time this has come up in the last 20 something years. We will never stop fighting this because it is wrong for New Hampshire. We have Janice, we have other workers' ability not to join unions, so why? Our private businesses don't want it. This is not, nor do our workers, so why? Influencers from other states come here handing out donations in the promise of something that just isn't true. Our state is growing for the better, and we don't need any so-called help from Right to Work. Do we want to grow, or do we want to go backwards? Because the truth is, Right to Work states, although I heard how happy they are, I don't know how you're happy being poorer, worse medical, and worse schools than anywhere else in the country. So what I want to leave for my children is not that. Please vote no on HB 238. New Hampshire is better than this.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Do we have any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you, sir. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Mark Antarian? Atarian, thank you, sir. And Reverend Gail Kinney is on deck.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Mark Atarian. I'm the lead instructor at the North Atlantic States Carpenters Training Fund in Manchester, New Hampshire. My wife and I live in New Hampshire my wife and I have lived in New Hampshire for the last 22 years, and we have 2 adult children who work and live in our great state. I'm here today because I believe that our citizens deserve to know the truth about HB 238 FN. The right to work and the phrase right to work itself is intended to deceive and confuse working Americans about the impact such laws will have on their working conditions. As Martin Luther King Jr. pointed out in 1961, right to work is a false slogan. Since right to work laws provide neither rights nor work, and in fact are designed to rob us of our civil rights and job rights. Right to work is also designed to destroy labor unions and the freedom of collective bargaining by which the unions have improved wages, working conditions for everyone. Decades later, research proves King's contention that wherever these laws have been passed, wages are lower. No New England state has a right to work law, and repeated defeats to fight work bills have demonstrated its persistent unpopularity among New Hampshire voters and with legislators from both parties. The North Atlantic States Carpenters Training Fund invests more than $13 million in our apprenticeship and journeyman training programs across our region. At our New Hampshire Training Center, we provide comprehensive, reliable skill training and professional development for our state's workforce at no cost to the taxpayers. These training programs provide more than 100 New Hampshire-based union contractors with highly skilled, safe, and reliable workforce that allows them to be successful in a competitive construction industry. The passage of right to work law would negatively impact our apprenticeship program by potentially weakening the bargaining powers of unions, which plays a significant role in managing and promoting apprenticeship programs, potentially leading to fewer apprenticeship opportunities, lower quality training standards, and less stability and opportunity for our apprentices to reduce union protections. Unions, particularly the building trade unions, actively negotiate for apprenticeship programs with collective bargaining agreements, ensuring quality standards and commitment from employers to train apprentices in the workforce of tomorrow. With right to work laws where workers are not required to contribute to the cost of their representation, this leverage would be diminished.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Very well done. Thank you. Any questions? Representative LeClerc?
Excuse me.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Terry. Appreciate your testimony today. That building that Representative Staub alluded to earlier, how much state funding, federal funding, whatever, went into that building?
0.
And who contributed to
The
everybody?
Carpenters Union paid for it.
For a follow-up, sir?
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely,
Mr.
thank you.
Chair, follow-up, if I may.
Absolutely.
I apologize. So who actually paid for that building?
We did, the Carpenters Union.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. Chair.
No worries. Representative Staub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question earlier was, how many students do you have currently working in that building? You also have apprentices, but how big is the program?
Well, the program is quite big. On any given week, we have 25 to 30 students being trained in our facility in various aspects of what we do. As far as commercial work, it could be finished work, it could be doors and hardware. And every week it changes, but on an average, 25 to 30 apprentices a week we train.
Follow up, and that's
Yes, ma'am, you may have a follow-up.
thank you. And that's a rotating. So
Yes.
people who are in the apprenticeship program get trained, and then they're working out in the field with a master carpenter. Is that
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So they come to school once every 3 months, and whatever their schedule is at for a second, third, or fourth apprentices, wherever their skill level is kind of where their class is.
Follow up. Would you say just one more? Would you say
Ma'am. Yes, you may have a follow-up. It's a question that requires an answer.
Okay.
Once the answer is provided, then you may proceed.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say there are hundreds of people being trained?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah.
Not, I mean, we're just one training center. There's potentially thousands every week being trained.
Okay. Thank you. One more follow up.
Stand by. Representative Granger, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my question. Do you have any data that shows that when a state passes right to work, that wages go down in that state?
I do not personally know.
Thank you for taking my question.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Representative Staub.
Thank you. Is there any other place for people to get this kind of training?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Community colleges?
I don't believe so.
All right.
I
Okay.
don't believe there's any program like ours.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Appreciate your work and your
Thank you.
testimony. Thank you. I'd like to call Dr. Kinney, please. And on deck is Aubrey Friedman. And thank you, ma'am.
Honorable Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for your patience and for listening and being here. My name is Gail Kinney. I reside in Canaan, New Hampshire. I'm a pastor with the Meriden Congregational Church, and I also speak on behalf of the Economic Justice Ministry of the New Hampshire United Church of Christ, which is the largest Protestant denomination of the state. And I'm also here on behalf of other clergy as well. So numerous New Hampshire faith leaders from multiple traditions, Catholic, Protestant, Jewish, and others, have been vigorous in their opposition to deceptively labeled right-to-work bills in New Hampshire. Whenever they have been introduced, faith leaders have been here saying, no, this is not right for New Hampshire. And I believe that the Catholic Diocese of New Hampshire has already submitted their own very strong testimony opposing HB 238. So our multiple faith traditions lead us to understand that workers deserve to have a voice on the job and the right to come together collectively. We also believe that New Hampshire employers have the right to negotiate with their workers without the heavy hand of the legislature interfering with this very specific, their contractual provisions. And this bill is nothing more than that heavy hand. So whether you're religious or not, you've probably heard of the 10 Commandments, including commandment number 9, which is thou shalt not bear false witness. So unfortunately, New Hampshire legislators have consistently received false witness about so-called right-to-work bills, and I'd like to correct just some of the record. The truth is that no matter what is claimed by the bill's proponents, the historic origins and purposes of this bill are to divide workers and cripple union strength and effectiveness. The truth is that for decades, right-to-work proponents have made wildly false claims about employers just waiting at New Hampshire's borders to set up shop in our state if only this bill is passed. But no one has ever been able to identify a single business that falls into this category of waiting at our borders. And the reason is because they do not exist. They didn't exist in West Virginia either, and the governor said so. The truth is that New Hampshire employers with unionized employees, and you've just heard this from several employers and employer groups, are not asking for this bill. This bill is focused on employers with unions, so you can take all the testimony you want from business groups that represent primarily non-unionist employers, but this is about telling employers with unions what they can and can't do in their own contracts. And I will say that they are not asking you to do this. No employer has come to you and said, employer with a union has come to you and said, help me for myself. I don't know what's best for me, so do something for me by making a certain contract clause illegal. The other thing is this, just very, very quickly, this bill, the National Right to Work Committee has not told you where this bill came from.
I appreciate your testimony and your passionate comments. Do we
I
have
hope
any
you'll
questions?
read my testimony about where this bill really came from.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time. And Aubrey Friedman, please. And on deck is Representative Polozov.
Committee members, Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, I live in Bridgewater. I speak in support of this bill. The main thing is that all workers are not the same. They're individuals. We have some workers that are more skilled, some are smarter, and frankly, some work harder than others. Why should there be a collective bargaining agreement that treats everybody the same? Individual members who work for the company should be able to negotiate directly. That's the crux of the issue here. It's the collective bargaining that makes everyone be part of the collective. My son is actually in a union. I never joined a union. I just didn't need to. And I was able to, and I'm not a fantastic negotiator, I was always able to get the wages or conditions, benefits, whatever it was that satisfied me, and I didn't want a third party to represent me. And I think there are other people who feel the same way too. I'm not opposed to the unions, but forcing everybody to become part of it, and then this business about the benefits, and I've heard people bring it up several times, and they say, well, they're getting the benefits, but they're not paying. If you negotiate separately for yourself with your employer, which you should be free to do, then why do they have to offer, you can't get the same bet. So somebody said, well, they went to a hearing for, no, you don't get the goodies if you're not willing to pay, and that's just part of choosing not to join a union. They should be free to do that. Maybe they'll do better, maybe they'll do worse. I don't know. It depends up however they do it. You're an individual. You've got a mind. You can speak for yourself. If it doesn't work out, you'll go somewhere else. So I think that's the crux of the issue. The problem is the collective. If let's say 90% of the people want to join, let them have their own union, their benefits. 10% don't. They don't get the goodies. Let them be separate. Employers handle all kinds of different negotiations all the time, and it's not like everybody is just set the way it is. I mean, that's how many private industries work. They have different benefits. It's all different. It doesn't have to be one size fits all. So I think that's the problem, the collective part of it. If it were allowed to be separate, where you could negotiate your own whatever you wanted for your wages and conditions and benefits, then let it be. If the 90% let them have their own thing, why force the other 10% or whoever it might be? I still think most people would probably choose the union, but for those who don't, leave them alone. Don't be a busybody. You worry about, that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Are there any questions? See, Representative Flanagan, for you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to bring this up during our executive, but I wanted to share it with this testimony.
Are you sharing or are you asking?
I'm sharing.
Okay, let's ask.
I will put it in the form of a question.
Put it in a formal question, please. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying. Did you know since the Janus decision that the public sector has lost over 1 million union members?
But aren't people still contributing? I mean, the unions still seem to be pretty active from what I've seen.
That's the numbers that I'm hearing or reading, is that 1 million people don't want to pay
Okay,
dues.
so this is a question,
Yep.
and
He-
we can
he-
bring
he
it up in
responded.
executive.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no more questions, thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Thank you.
And Representative Polosoff, thank you. On deck, we have Sarah Kelly, please.
Mr. Chair, let's think about the children. For the record, my name is Yuri Polozov, representing Merrimack 10, Hooksett, and Dunbarton. I testify in support of this bill, and yet another reason to support it because it will help New Hampshire children. Harvard University, they published research called The Long Run Effects of Right to Work Laws. You can find it on their website. And Benjamin Austin and Matthew Lilly, they studied years upon years of data comparing right to work states and states that don't have this legislation. And one of their central findings was that right to work laws associated with lower childhood poverty. And actually children from poor families, if they growing up in a right to work location, they have 1.7 percentage point higher probability of succeeding financially in their life. So it's a greater upward mobility. It's a chance for kids from poor family to become financially substantial, and it's proven scientifically this difference in outcomes were not present prior to the passage of right to work laws. They persist after controlling for other major policy differences between states, and they do not appear primarily attributable to local substitutions. So please help New Hampshire children succeed. Thank you for considering and supporting this law. I will not be taking questions, but I have my notes for Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the time, and thank you for handing the notes in. And Sarah Kelly, you're on next. And Joe Gallagher is on deck.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. As I am 5'2", I have no choice but to keep this short. I am a veteran who proudly served 8 years in the United States Marine Corps. I would still be serving today if I hadn't literally worn myself to the bone. If my Marines and I protested for higher pay and better working conditions, we would have been charged with mutiny. This is all to say, I understand and appreciate the power that the voices of the American workers possess, especially when echoed in unison, and that they should be protected. I stand here on broken ankles to oppose HB 238 for the repercussions it poses and the false promises it makes to every hardworking citizen of New Hampshire. The Right to Work bill promises extra money in the individual's pocket and the freedom to choose where to work. As a woman living in America, I understand the sanctity and the ability to choose. But the language issued in this bill and promotional material for it are intentionally misleading. What this bill will actually accomplish is division amongst workers, making them weaker in their singularity, and cripple the union's ability to provide competitive wages, vital employer-based health coverage, protection against discrimination, amongst countless other benefits. According to this bill, the freedom from union fees is intended to promote individuals applying to and working for industries in New Hampshire. This is a farce and a distraction from the true barriers to employment that American workers are facing. Unlivable minimum wage, lack of affordable housing, health care, and child care, as well as unchecked predatory business practices, such as ghost job postings, intentional understaffing, and decreasing full-time positions to undercut the workforce. All of this while corporate profit is at an all-time high, along with the prices for essential goods, food, and gas. If we want to strengthen the working class, we must address these issues through a holistic approach that handles each aspect as a portion of the problem and not as individual issues. We must come together as a community and work towards a resolution that allows all workers the ability to achieve gainful employment. The answer is not in division and singularity, it is in union. We are stronger together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marina. Appreciate your testimony. Do we have any questions? Please.
If I understood your testimony, you were a Marine.
That
for
is
8
correct,
years.
sir.
Well, thank you for that, for the service.
I appreciate your support.
You've heard a lot about defending freedom here, in terms of the way this is being characterized, this particular bill.
Yes, sir.
Now, you fought for freedom for a long time.
Yes, sir.
So what is your opinion of this legislation as it relates to freedom? And do you see this as interfering with your freedom?
It's not interfering with my personal freedom, but in my opinion, the worker is still free to choose not to work for a union. If they don't want a union job, don't apply for a union job. To me, it's that simple.
Representative Granger.
Do you think most workers want to be in a union, or do you think that the revealed preference is that they don't want to be in a union?
I believe that those who are educated about what a union can provide would choose to work with a union.
Thank you.
Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your service.
Thank you for your support.
Are you currently a member of a union?
I am not, no.
Do you work at a place that is unionized or not unionized?
No, sir.
Okay.
And
No, that's it. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you. for
Thank
coming
you.
out.
no further questions. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate
Thank you for your time.
your testimony. And excuse me, if we could have Joe Gallagher, please. Thank you.
Present.
And on deck is McCain Boddicker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to all the committee members. My name is Joe Gallagher. I live in Manchester. I'm a retired member of Local 6, Heat and Frost Insulators and Allied Workers. Again, right to work does make your constituents lose in the long run. I'm not paid to be here, but I wish to give some examples of the detrimental costs from right to work. Our local works in New Hampshire, Maine, Mass, Rhode Island, and partially in Vermont and Connecticut. And when work is slow, we can go to other areas of the country and work because they have similar type unions to us. And a lot of our guys used to go down to Florida to work, which is a big right to work state now. And they could work in the Jacksonville local, the Tampa local, the Miami local. Now, those locals are in receivership, okay? Those workers are up here working for us because we're fairly busy, and they're working at a good living wage, but they tell us what their wage is down there, and it's less than half of what our wage is here. And the benefits are all degraded. So I've seen this over the years. I've been around 50 years in the business. So that's going to be a cost to your constituents. Next, the merit shops will get less than that. So if they're getting less than 50% of us, the merit shops are even going under that. So when I came here to say my piece many times in the past, I always noticed the same thing. And it's a little different today. You got a lot of people for right to work. But most of the time, as it's always been like 6 for and 150 against. So, you know, it's Groundhog Day all over again. I said it before at these meetings. Okay, the last 2 times this bill came up, and if it passed, and I was here both times, it would have a little economic effect on New Hampshire because we've been going to the Fisher Cats game since day one. Mark McKenzie would remember Union Night, and we have never stopped. But my local said to me, which is headquartered in Boston, said, listen, if your state passes right to work, you're going to the Woo Sox. So 4 years ago, I remember the gentleman that ran the Fisher Cats, he talked to the labor chair, who's that rep from the insurance rep.
Inventime.
Yeah, Will. He called Will. He was upset. You know, he says, I'm going to lose clients. So my point is real simple. It's all about money here. And let me see. I did send this to you email, and if you want me to resend it in case if it went to spam, that's fine. So like I said, the Woo Sox, we also do Canopy Lake. We have all the families do a picnic. That's on the table too. You know, it's not me making that decision. I've been retired 11 years. And think of all these people that live out of state that are in unions, say 500,000 in Massachusetts, that come up here on vacation because I talk to guys that do this all the time. They say, what's going on in New Hampshire, especially with all those ads during the election, because we all work together. All right, I see my time is up, and any questions?
So I appreciate your experience and your testimony. Thank you. Any questions? Representative McKenzie, sir.
If I can call you Joe.
You can.
We've been friends for a long time.
We've been friends a long time.
You've been in the union 50 years.
Yes.
As I have. In the 50 years that you've been there, did any of the members exercise their right under the law to decertify your union?
No, and half our local come in from non-union. No one, to the best of my knowledge, because it will be kept private, has ever done that.
So they have the right to petition to.
For a follow-up, please.
Thank you.
No question?
Well, the question was, I just want to get an agreement from him relative to the ability of union workers to decertify their union.
Can you phrase that in a question?
Are you familiar with the ability of the unions to decertify?
Yes,
Union
never ever
members to
came up.
file and decertify.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Kind of.
All right, seeing no questions, stand by.
And we do support Berlin. My wife's from that neighborhood.
McKay Boddicker, please. And then on deck is Deborah Howes. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. My name is McCain Bedecker. I am the Executive Director of New England Citizens for Right to Work, here to speak in support of House Bill 238 and the freedom of association that it advances. Right to Work is a long overdue reform, already law of the land in most states, which would simply protect workers from being compelled to pay union dues or fees without their consent in order to work for a living. Unfortunately, under current law in New Hampshire, a union boss can claim monopoly bargaining power over dissenting workers, taking away the individual's right to negotiate for themselves. The union boss then demands the government-enforced authority to extract mandatory dues or fees from that unwilling worker, adding insult to injury. As polls show, the vast majority of voters agree. It's just plain wrong. Bill would guarantee workers the right to decide for themselves whether or not a labor union deserves their financial support, same as any other private organization. Once, when asked if he would support a controversial resolution at a national union convention, former Iowa State Education Association Executive Director Fred Comer said, "Hell no, we don't support it. Iowa's a right-to-work state. We have to earn our membership. If we supported that, we'd lose too many members." See, without right-to-work protections, there's little incentive for union officials to offer a good service. They can compel people to pay them either way. Fact is, good unions don't need forced dues, bad unions don't deserve them. It's clear right-to-work would benefit New Hampshire's economic outlook. 2013 to 2023, number of people employed grew 5.5% in New Hampshire and only 0.3% in forced unionism states overall. Right to work states, on the other hand, saw 16.0%, roughly triple ours. It's no surprise because, like countless inquiries have shown, a recent example was last year's Area Development Magazine's survey of business leaders and site selection consultants showed 78% consider a state's right to work status either important or very important in determining where to build, expand, or relocate operations. Furthermore, Merrick data reveals residents of right to work states enjoy roughly $2,900 more in cost of living adjusted after tax income per person per year, increase of over $10,000 in annual purchasing power for a family of four, using the metric that actually matters to folks at kitchen tables. Therefore, on behalf of thousands of New England citizens for right to work across the state, I urge the committee to support House Bill 238. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Do we have any questions? So, Representative McKenzie?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your appearance for this committee. I'm going to read you a statement, and I'm going to ask you to let us know if this is correct. This statement comes directly from the National Labor Relations Board, and it says the following: employees may choose not to become union members and pay dues, or opt out to pay dues, their share of the dues. So it says the National Labor Relations Board is saying that people are not compelled to be union members, and they're not compelled to be in the union. Do you agree with that statement or disagree with the statement that comes directly from the National Labor Relations material?
Workers can be forced to pay union bosses.
That's not the question.
Independent of their membership on the rolls. Those workers are forced to join the union in a way every bit as sincere as if they were on the rolls. They are still compelled to associate with that union. They're forced to fund that union that they may disagree with. And they get the short end of the stick in that they lose the ability to try and change the business agent representing them. So they are still forced to join the union in the broad sense of the word, in the true sense of the word.
Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up question.
For a follow-up.
I'm gonna ask you again, if I could respectfully. Do you agree with the statement that comes to the National Labor Relations Board that says employees may choose not to become union members or pay dues?
Webster's dictionary defines join as, quote, to associate oneself with, end quote, and certainly any worker compelled to provide material support for an organization is inherently compelled to associate with it. Forced unionism violates an individual worker's freedom of association, whether or not the union lists him on his official membership rolls or lets him vote on internal affairs. And, as was alluded to in earlier testimony, we can consider carefully a quote from Article 2, Section 1 of the UAW New National Contract. Quote, employees covered by this agreement at the time it becomes effective and who are members of the union at that time shall be required as a condition of continued employment to continue membership in the union for the duration of this agreement. Employees covered by this agreement who are not members at the time this agreement becomes effective shall be required as a condition of continued employment to become members of the union. End quote. Perhaps the UAW is being frank here, and their practices fall short of what is permissible under current law. Or perhaps the UAW is simply trying to mislead workers, strong-arming them into submission. Either way, a right-to-work law would help shield Granite Staters from such injustice.
Okay, thank you. Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I've asked this to other people, perhaps you have the data, because previous people I've asked did not have the data. Do you have any data that shows whether or not states, when they pass a right-to-work bill, whether that puts wages up or down?
Yes, I alluded to that in my testimony where the cost of living adjusted disposable income does go up. That is typically secondary to job creation. Market forces tend to dictate salary, and as you have more companies moving into a state and creating more jobs, there's more competition for workers, so that will naturally drive up wages. I can definitely send the committee some specific studies, or I can dig through and pull some out, but they're academic research papers that might not be the most brief or compelling testimony on a timeline.
Please submit those for committee consideration.
Yes, sir.
And let me get Representative McKenzie.
Thank
And
you,
I'll-
Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, I've heard the language that you have entered into the testimony here relative to the UAW contract. The last time we had the right to work hearing, I asked either you or or another representative to produce that information. I actually called the UAW. I can't find that language. If you could produce that language to the committee, that would be good, because it would suggest that they are in violation of the law. So if you could produce that for the committee, we would appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Sullivan, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You referenced increases in economic development, businesses moving into a new right to work state. Can you name several businesses that are on the border dying to come in if we pass right to work?
That is a tricky question, in part because any business willing to go on the record saying such a thing is vulnerable to unfair labor practice prosecution under the National Labor Relations Board, especially as appointed by Biden. We've seen that with a lot of the auto manufacturers who have explicitly talked about expanding in the right to work South, as opposed to states like Washington or Oregon, and then got whacked for it. One example of a company that was willing to go on the record was Sturm Ruger here in New Hampshire. I've got plenty of additional job creation information I would be thrilled to submit to the record as well, and I'd be happy to read through it at length if that was the will of the committee.
I would agree. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you could submit that through the portal and to the clerk, I'd appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Representative Staub.
Yes. I received this on my porch, and there's some information on here, and I'm just wondering if you can tell us where this data came from. It says that families in right-to-work states earn on average $4,200 in real household income. I guess that means more. Economic Policy Institute, on the other hand, says in non-right-to-work states, people receive $3,940 more. And also there's some data here about right-to-work states having nearly 3 times more job growth than New Hampshire in the last decade. Can you tell me where this information came from?
Sure. So the first is National Institute of Labor Relations Research. They are using Merrick data, that's Missouri Economic Resource Information, and I'm probably losing the last few words there, based on the Bureau of Economic Research. I can also submit that to the committee. The job creation itself is similarly National Institute of Labor Relations Research and should be in that same source document that I can submit or read at length.
Okay, please submit that data. Any further questions? Representative Susi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking the question. So I'm fortunate enough to be able to travel through South Carolina and vacation during the summer with my family. And as I'm traveling down there, sometimes I take the corridor of 95, and I see that on the corridor of 95 for about 4 miles, there are many companies that manufacture vehicles. I looked up to see why they would go there. Energy costs are lower, easier for them to transport, taxes are lower. So my question to you is, in the state of New Hampshire right now, where we have some of the highest taxes in real estate, we have a housing crisis, energy costs are astronomical, and it's not really easy to transport their items through the state of New Hampshire. I guess I'm curious as to how you feel that these companies would prefer to come to New Hampshire rather than go into a state like South Carolina or North Carolina. These companies that are waiting to come in here.
Fortunately, we don't have to rely on my speculation. There are plenty of sources where people actually go out and ask these exact job creators. I mentioned area development magazines, surveys. The gentleman from the National Federation of Independent Businesses mentioned their surveys. I would be, again, thrilled to read at length additional surveys of such job creators. But I would be basing that claim off what they've said about themselves.
And Representative, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, question on the Janus decision. I've heard that said several times. How do you think that changes what we're looking at here on the current bill and what it does?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the Janus decision essentially brings right to work protections to the public sector nationwide. So that, for the time being, solves the problem for many public sector workers in New Hampshire. The same problem remains for private sector workers. So we're seeking to expand those freedoms that the Supreme Court protected in the Janus decision to the private sector. There's also always the risk with judicial precedent that it could be overturned. We saw that the Janus decision itself overturned previous precedent. Roe v. Wade is a prominent example recently. And so passing New Hampshire right to work law would enshrine those right to work protections for New Hampshire workers in the public sector, even if the Supreme Court were to issue a contradictory opinion down the line.
Thank you, Representative Kessering. All right, are there any questions? Representative Leclerc, for clarification, do you have a question? Okay, thank you. And Representative Leclerc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier, you heard my conversation with Mr. Helm, and I would agree that at least 80% of New England citizens, even and the Granite State citizens, believe that everybody has the right to work. But my question to him and to you will be, of those 80%, how many do you think understand what this bill really is? And you know, I understand that your description and my description are probably going to be two different things. But if they understood that this was probably a union busting bill, would they even have an opinion?
Sure. So different polls will phrase the question different ways. I'm not aware of any polls that will just say, do you support right to work, without giving any context. It's actually more common that they will, instead of using the phrase right to work, explain the logistics of the bill. I mean, at the national level, we've got Survey USA or Gallup polls that would certainly include New Hampshire that will phrase things. When Americans are asked if they agree that workers should never be forced to join or pay a union, this Gallup poll is right to work directly. See the question. Some states have passed right to work or open shop laws that say each worker has the right to hold his job in a company, regardless of his association with the labor union. If you were asked to vote on such a law, would you vote for it or against it? This is a WMUR Granite State poll that says, man, they don't have the specific phrasing on here, but it says they're given the basic premise behind the law, and that is typical for these. So they will, they will explain the bill, not just throw out the shorthand reference to it as part of the polling process.
May I please?
For a quick,
Follow.
please.
Yes, thank you. And the way those questions were phrased, I would probably say, yeah, I agree that not every company should be a union company. But again, if a person knows that, you know, I'm just trying to, that this bill is really to kind of eradicate the unions. You think it's someone with, if you ask the person, hey, do you wish there were no more unions around? Do you think 80% of people would say yeah?
I think perhaps you're mistaken about the language of the bill and would invite you to reread the legislation.
How about
Okay,
answer my question?
All right. Last question. Go ahead, Representative Farrington.
Does this bill in any way prevent somebody from joining a labor union?
No, it does not.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Thank you. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
And I'd like to call Deborah Howes, please. And then on deck, Professor Dixon from Dartmouth.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Creighton and members of the Labor Committee. It is my privilege to be here today to testify. Can you hear me? Okay. I'll lean in a little closer. My name is Deborah Howes. I am president of the American Federation of Teachers, New Hampshire. We are a state federation of local labor unions, mostly in pre-K through 12 public schools. We also have city and town employees. We have university faculty, including one private university, which makes this proposed legislation relevant to us. We also are standing in solidarity with our private sector union brothers and sisters. We oppose HB 238, the Right to Work bill. And I will be very brief here. This is interference in negotiations between private sector employers and private sector unions. A workplace does not become unionized unless the workers vote to do so. So already, that is a majority of workers have to vote to become unionized. Then you have negotiations over the contract. Not every workplace has an agency fee or fair share fee, whatever you call it. That is not the same as paying union dues. Union dues gives you membership and a say in how the union is run. Agency fee only covers the cost of negotiating the contract and enforcing or maintaining the contract so that its terms apply fairly to all the members of the workforce. Having a law that says you cannot negotiate that fee even if the employer wants it and the union wants it is government interference. That's not how we work in New Hampshire. We think the private sector should be able to be the private sector, and the government should not be telling it what to do. So that's that's really the crux of what I have to say. That's not how we work in New Hampshire. We have a long tradition of rejecting this kind of interference in private employment. It's a long tradition of standing up for common sense. And I've heard it as a worker liberty frame. You don't have the liberty to go to your accountant and say, well, you've done my taxes and you've provided me a service, but now I want the liberty of not to pay for it. You also don't have the liberty of saying to the union that has been elected by the other workers in your workplace and saying, you negotiated a contract for me. You are also taking on the cost of maintaining it, which the employer has agreed you have the right to charge for, but now I don't want to pay for it. That's called theft of services. We urge you to find HB 238 inexpedient to legislate. It's not a freedom issue.
Okay.
It's a paying for services issue. I do have copies of my testimony to pass around, and I'm going to pass on questions because I really don't have anything new to say that hasn't already been said. Okay?
Thank you, ma'am. And we'd be glad to read your testimony.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. Professor Dixon?
Professor Dixon couldn't be here today. Can I read his testimony?
And who are you?
I'm April Richer. I also would like to submit a testimony, so if it's a conflict for me to be up here twice.
Yeah, why don't you submit his in writing?
Okay, I do have copies for everyone.
Okay, please. And then did you fill out a card already?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you fill out a card? Okay, so when your card comes up, you can testify, and then we'll read Professor Dixon's as it's handed out.
Okay.
Thank you. And you are April Richer? Yes. Yeah, go ahead. Come on up. We'll just make that easy. Yeah, please. And then Matt Glavin is on deck.
Good morning. My name is April Richer. I am a Dover resident. I'm also a city councilor in Dover, New Hampshire, and I am a fellow with the American Friends Service Committee. However, I'm not here today to speak on behalf of those organizations. I'm here to speak as a 16-year Teamster employed with UPS. I worked the pre-dawn shift at UPS, loading the big brown package cars that come to your homes and businesses. When I began work at UPS, I remember asking myself, what kind of life is this? The founder, Jim Casey, famously is quoted as saying, one measure of success will be the degree to which you build up others who you work with. He actually asked for his employees to be unionized for the purpose of he couldn't grow his business and successfully provide for his employees. People often confuse the word union as an entity all to itself. However, I am the union. We are the union. The union is not somebody or something. It is an organization of workers formed for the purpose of advancing its members' interest in respect to wages, benefits, and working conditions. To directly address comments from previous speakers, employees should determine their own futures, and I want to find people who value their union to be in a union. Let me give you an example of this. In May of 2020, many of the senior, that's a term meaning we've been employed for a long time, UPS employees were still angry over our contract of 2018, a contract that was so wildly unpopular drove many members to unofficially campaign for the O'Brien-Zuckerman ticket, speaking out against General President Jimmy Hoffa, who is a famed son of mobster James Hoffa. I want to note that members had so much control over this, over their union that in 2021, General President O'Brien won, O'Brien and Zuckerman won, and it was the first time in the IBT history that a president was elected that was not endorsed by the incumbent or was an incumbent. In 2018, I submitted a proposal for part-timers as a part-time employee. We were mandated to work a 6th day given our production, and that 6th day was not paid at time and a half as opposed to our brothers and sisters that were drivers. And the result of that was an economic victory for my brothers and sisters who worked on part-time shift. As members, we are asked to submit proposals to our union for what we want in our new contract. It is part of the open meetings that we have, and anyone who is a member may submit a proposal. During the recent contract negotiations, am I done already?
Yes, ma'am. 3 minutes goes fast when you're focused. Do we have any?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you so much. Do you have any questions? Representative Cahill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms., for taking my question. I'm sorry I didn't catch the name of the founder of UPS, but it seems like he did have an interest in the good well-being of the company and the employees. And I wonder if you could contrast that, because I see a lot of brown trucks, and then I see the same shape of truck, only it's blue, and sometimes it's a van, and sometimes it's a private vehicle with someone wearing an Amazon logo shirt, making those deliveries. Would you be able to compare and contrast the work experience of a UPS versus an Amazon delivery person?
Sure. I can do that, and I think that's a good question. One of the things that I would say is the Amazon has 150% turnover rate. They're also one of the highest rates for worker injury. So there is no sustainability as far as employment in that sort of environment. And I do think that one of the things that the general public may want to be interested in is that they are not employed by Amazon. They are third-party delivery services, which means that the service that UPS gives, we are a service provider. We are not a shipping company. The service that we provide is we are trained. We understand safety. That is not something that you're necessarily getting from the other package services that you have. And because we do we are mandated to have some safety protocol in our environment. That is something that also comes along with our union membership. If we are in an environment where it's unsafe, we can go to our shop steward, we can go to our business agent, and we can say, okay, these are the things that are happening specific to like how I had a change in our contract. That was an incredible financial win for part-time employees. So there is a huge difference. We have a lot more control over our environment as far as our production, our safety, our benefits, our just it's a completely different environment, and our longevity, which is important.
Okay, thank you. Representative Silvestro, welcome.
Hi, thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So comparison on salary or hourly wage, I guess I should say, what's the same? Is it the same Amazon to yours? And then explain the difference between that.
That's a good question. I specifically am not versed entirely on their different scopes of employment. I would say that given our contract, a lot of the other service providers have had to come up with their pay. Our starting wage at UPS for my specific employment is $21 an hour. And as a part-time employee, I receive overtime after 5 hours in my building. As far as Amazon, I would say they probably are around the upper 19 or upper teens. But when you're factoring in 150% turnover, that wage is completely useless if you can't rely on long-term employment with someone. And that is something I'm definitely guaranteed at UPS. And to speak to that and somebody else's comment about, well, I might be a hardworking employee and the guy next to me might not pull his weight. Well, the fact of the matter is, I want everybody to have a job. I want everybody to provide for their family. And I do work next to people who are maybe have some sort of disability. And I don't mind standing shoulder to shoulder with somebody else, knowing that sometimes I have to hold them up. And when I'm almost 50. When I'm still there in 9 years, somebody is probably going to have to pull more packages than I do. I go into work and I work a shift and I pull 1,500 packages off the belt and load them onto package cars, which is 3 times what some of my coworkers pull off the belt. And I don't care because they deserve to have a job just as well as I do.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
And Matt Glavin, please. Thank you. And on deck, Lena Shapiro.
Good afternoon, members of the New Hampshire House Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitation Services Committee. I am Matt Glavin, Local 7 business agent, 12-year resident of Derry, New Hampshire, and vice president of the New Hampshire Building Trades. I'm a second-generation iron worker who has been in the business for the past 15 years. Last May, I ran for election to represent the Granite State and serve not only new union members of Local 7, but even non-union iron workers across the state. I want all tradespeople, union or non, to achieve higher wages, benefits, and safety standards. Today, I speak in opposition of HB 238. Right to work is bad for the free market. This law requires a private business with agreements with another private business to provide its services at zero cost. The last time I checked, there is no law that requires a private business to require its services for free. That's bad business. Also, New Hampshire's legislators should not meddle in how private businesses in the state work together for their mutual benefit. Contracts between private employers and labor unions should be left to the free market, period. Right to work, lower safety standards. This legislation is a race to the bottom on wages across the industry, the construction industry, and the whole country. Studies show that wages in right to work states are almost 16% lower in right to work states than not. Safety standards also diminish in right to work states. Workers in right to work states have a 37% higher chance of dying than in states without these laws. We negotiate for these safety standards, in most cases are stronger than the OSHA regulations, and we enforce these to our CBAs. We also protect from retaliatory actions for raising concerns on safety issues. Also, right to work is backed by out-of-state corporate interest groups. These laws are backed by interest groups like Americans for Prosperity, which is a billionaire-backed shell company that works tirelessly for large corporations like Amazon and Walmart. They spend millions trying to make sure that workers can't collectively bargain. Meanwhile, these workers work under poor job conditions, low wages, and terrible benefits, all the while we as taxpayers must make up their shortcomings with social safety nets programs that are constantly being eroded to cut taxes. Walmart employees make up the largest percentage of those receiving government benefits. A race to the bottom, not needed in New Hampshire. Right to work claims it protects employees from joining a union. The Taft-Hartley Act was enacted in 1947 by a federal law which makes it illegal to be forced to join a union. I am curious, where is the testimony from dues-paying members being oppressed by union dues? I have yet to see one today. This law creates free riders in our rank and file. They get all the benefits, the pension, the representation, the legal services we provide at zero cost. Our members democratically choose the direction our union goes via secret ballot. That goes for wage increases, benefits, charitable donations, and leadership. This whole process for organizing is decided democratically from our owners and rank and file employees, not forced. And I'll close with a quote from the great Martin Luther King. In our glorious fight for civil rights, we must guard against being fooled by false slogans, such as right to work, provides no rights and no works. Its purpose is to destroy labor unions
All right, sir. Thank
and the
you so
freedom
much.
of collective bargaining. We demand this fraud be stopped.
Thank you so much. Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. If people don't feel that their union is bargaining in their best interest, why should they be forced to pay for something they don't want?
They agreed to join our union. We're not, when we organize people, they agree to join and abide by the RCBA. And those agreements will take place between our contractors and our employees.
For a follow-up,
To clarify, the people who do not want to join the union, why should people who do not feel that the union is bargaining in their best interest and do not want to be in the union, why should they pay for something that they do not want?
To me, it's like I said, it's just freeloading. That's it. If they don't want to be in the union, go find another job.
okay. Representative McKenzie.
Yes, the Chairman. I'm gonna make a statement and ask you if this is correct. So 30% of the employees in a union can petition to decertify the union. They have that right under the Federal Labor Relations Law. Is that a correct statement?
I'm pretty sure. I don't know the specifics.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Representative Labrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This is very simple. Generally speaking, does the data show that union jobs are on the rise or on the fall?
They're on the rise.
Do you have data to support that?
I don't, but I just know that the popularity across this country towards them has seen dramatic increases.
Okay.
Thank you.
Especially the younger people that are coming up through the college education, even through trades in general. People like the idea of being able to stand together beyond politics.
Follow up.
Okay.
Jim, follow up.
For a follow-up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I wanted to find this data, I was waiting for you to come up because you have tons of data, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Where do I find this data that
Most
tells
of
me?
the stuff I did find was from Gallup, like it was polls conducted from Gallup.
Okay. It's important the committee knows whether or not union jobs are on the rise or on the fall.
Yeah.
And according to you, they're on the rise.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And Representative Schultz.
I suspect this Representative Staub's going to say the same thing. We are in contact with some of the organizations. Gallup that he mentioned is nonpartisan. I'm happy to provide some research because I love doing that. I think I can find sources that are some that maybe are skewed to us, and I'll note that, and some that are nonpartisan and do polling of the whole country and reported on the news. Is that what you were going
Thank
to
you,
say
ma'am.
too? No, sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And Representative Staub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier, we heard from the Carpenters Union that they have an apprentice program. My question is, do the ironworkers also have a similar apprentice program? And what kinds of jobs do iron workers do?
So, we do heavy construction from, things that involve cranes most of the time when we're doing things, but anything from the concrete that goes onto bridges, the steel that goes onto bridges, to curtain wall that goes on the side of the building where you see your glass, to the high rises you see across, and all the way down to like stairs, handrails. That's kind of what our expertise is. Our education is the same, very similar to the carpenters. It's at no cost to our members. It's provided, like we have funds that, and we also get grants for some of our programs as well. So the members who do work or decided to join a union, there is no cost to the education.
May I ask a follow-up?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Are there enough iron workers
No.
currently?
No.
Thank you.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Would you believe that, according to the AFL, union membership has been down consistently since 1954?
I would agree, and a lot of it has to do with laws just like this.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Thank you, sir. I appreciate your work and your testimony.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
your time.
And Lisa Shapiro.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
while we're waiting for her to get settled, earlier you had informed me that there's an intent to exec this bill today.
Yes, sir.
And I, at the time, didn't have a big problem with it. But when I'm seeing the amount of testimony that people are going to be submitting to the committee and the amount of written testimony that we've also received, I'm becoming increasingly less comfortable with the idea of execing this bill today. For us to exec it today and then receive testimony or information that we've requested tomorrow or the next day seems like an insult to some of the folks who have testified, and it puts us in the position of not being fully informed when we do have that exec vote. So I didn't want to spring it on you at the last second, so I'm springing it on you now.
Absolutely. Understand. Let's hear the testimony and make an assessment when we get done.
Thank you.
That's a good point. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, 1 second.
Yes.
John Webb is on deck.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Dr. Lisa Shapiro. I'm an economist at Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell in Concord, New Hampshire. And I'm here today on behalf of the AFL-CIO in opposition to HB 238. Right-to-work advocates assert that it would right-to-work states outperform non-right-to-work states. You've certainly heard that from a couple of the speakers today, and therefore it would be beneficial to pass such a law, and that passing it would enhance economic freedom. These arguments should be rejected on several grounds. The best information published in peer-reviewed journals, not just public policy shops or a statistical analysis, but peer-reviewed journals, documents that right to work lowers wages. For example, a 2020 study in the Journal of Financial Economics reviewed nearly 20,000 collective bargaining agreements in states over a 25-year period that had adopted right to work. And it found that in those right to work states, there is a decrease in workers' wage growth and an increase in executive compensation. In a 2023, Federal Reserve researchers closely analyzed wages in 6 states that adopted right to work. And they compared those conditions before and after and with other states that hadn't adopted right to work. And in response, they did find, and you've heard this today, a slight uptick in employment. That's how I know it's balanced, when the study doesn't just go one way or the other. And this is what you would expect. You may find, a handful, some business that comes to the state because of right to work. That's their number one priority, and you may find it, and there is a small uptick in the data. However, there was a statistically significant and quite substantial 4% reduction in median wages for those people that are working in those states. So some right-to-work states are doing well, some, but simply comparing right-to-work states with those that don't, you really are missing what the controlling variables are. And there's competing explanations for high electric rates. We've heard some discussion, business climate. So really studies that claim that this is the panacea and these states are better, you really need to look behind and see, was it peer reviewed? Is the data there? I know, for example, there was a paper by a Harvard PhD business economics students. This has been referred to as the Harvard study by several speakers today. I can't find it published in any peer-reviewed place. It has been picked up by some advocacy places that are in favor of right to work, but I haven't seen it published anywhere. It was cited and reviewed in the Federal Reserve paper, so people are aware of it, but it didn't find that result. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your testimony. Questions? Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You identified yourself as an economist.
Yes.
You come across as an expert witness. Could you give any? Could you determine if I'm right about that?
Okay, thank you. My area of specialty as in economics is really microeconomics, not specifically labor. I have a lot of background. I wrote my doctorate on property taxes and voting behavior. I've testified on energy policies before the Public Utility Commission in the state and in the Site Evaluation Committee on property tax impacts associated with development projects. So I'm not a labor economist. I have been working with the AFL-CIO starting, this is my third time on this bill, because with my economics background in microeconomics, they asked me to review the literature that's out there, especially with this Harvard study and trying to, figure out what is the state of the literature, what can we really conclude, and that's what I've provided for today.
Thank you.
Representative Di Silvestro.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned companies in other states that have come in. Again, we've asked this throughout. Perhaps you know of some companies that have come into these right-to-work states, and what was their baseline compared to
Right.
what the state already had?
The because this is looking at it from a perspective of the data, they're not looking at individual companies. So translating what I saw in the data to New Hampshire, it would be something between 100 and 300 new jobs off of a $750,000 base. That's what some of the literature suggests. So you basically have a handful or one big business that might be attracted. Now, that doesn't mean in every state. That was just in the aggregate, looking at 25 years of history, looking at it, you do find some places where there is, a very, it's 0.0002%, so, or something like that. So I tried to translate that in my mind to what that means in New Hampshire. It was very small.
Okay, thank you for a follow-up. Yes, ma'am.
And just, I know the alarm went off. I just wanted to hear your final thought before you
Sure.
were cut off.
Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I just wanted to say about the economic freedom argument. Economic freedom, in terms of being right to work, is actually controversial in libertarian thought. It is the majority opinion, as far as I could tell, among libertarian thought with the public policy groups and people that are advocating. But it's well known that some leading libertarians like Milton Friedman strongly oppose to right to work because two wrongs don't make a right. In fact, he was not a big fan of unions, but was definitely against right to work because felt that was an intervention in the government and business, and you've certainly heard some of that today. Similarly, Cato Institute, which does their ranking of 50 states and who's the most free, they admit in their report that it's controversial among libertarians right to work, and in the appendix they provide an alternative freedom index that does not include the factor of whether your state has right to work, because they recognize that many libertarians and people that support freedom in the marketplace do not favor right to work.
Okay, thank you. Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you again, by the way. It's been a while. What came up a couple of times during the testimony was our questions from the committee was the whole question of the Berlin what's gone on in Berlin. Now, I don't know if you're in a position to talk about why that part of the state is really struggling and probably will continue to struggle for a long period of time. I don't know if you have, in looking at data, if you have any opinions about that in
Yeah.
comparison to the southern part of the state, for instance.
Well, I mean, I spent 10 years working with Wausau Papers on their energy policies and trying to get their electric rates down. And I remember the day we got the call that they were pulling out completely, which was extremely disappointing and had a lot more to do with the broader industry. When you look at the North Country, and I'm not an expert on, their particular issues and studied it in depth, but top line, it's older. There's more people over 65 than the state on average. There's more people not in the workforce. There's more people in public sector jobs than in private sector jobs. And so it's a challenging labor force environment because it is an aging population. And I think that makes it challenging because right now, housing has gone up there, but it is more affordable. Than other parts of the state. So why aren't more people moving to the North Country if housing is more affordable? Now there has been some bump. There has been some successes in the North Country, and I think that's great and exciting. But when you look at sort of the fundamentals of high energy costs, really far to travel. So if you're producing something in manufacturing, you got to get on the road and get down into the bigger markets. It's that much farther to go. You've seen some challenges with tourism that's really far north because it's so far away. But I think when you look at the population, it is a challenging population to bring in a new workforce. But I think, there are some bright spots there, and I think we're all hopeful, and there has been some turnaround. I think there'll be more, but I don't think that right to work, anything that the data suggests that that's going to do anything to change for the positive to start attracting businesses when the lead issues don't have to do with right to work. They have to do with sort of some fundamental challenges that they're working on.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your time and your testimony. And can we have John Webb, please? And on deck is Rabbi Nashifi. How are you, sir?
Good. How are you? So my name is Jonathan Webb. I prepared something, but it's been reinstated many, many, many times. I'm the training director of IBW Local 490. I run our apprenticeship. I'm just going to add a little bit. Been non-union for 10 years. I've been union for 10 years. I joined the union because of the things it provided me that I could not get non-union. I could not get good health care that didn't cost me a ton. I could not get retirement. Those are the things that I came to the union for, and it's benefited me greatly. Every year, I am seeing over 100 people apply to our apprenticeship. I would challenge these non-union contractors to tell me that they have that many applicants beating at their door to get the things that our union provides. Our training is free, like the other apprenticeships you've heard from. And on top of that, we are an organization, we are a community. This is not just union bosses taking money. This is people supporting people. This is people caring about people, helping them get through their rough times. There is a personal connection within this organization, and it is hard to get outside of that. On top of that, people within the unions get paid more, and it covers more than what our union dues cost. So to act like this is some kind of financial burden on these people is just a completely misleading thing. To the people that spoke earlier, I just had a couple comments about that. Someone said that 80% of their organization and the companies within don't want to be union. They like right to work. Then they don't have to worry about the union. They're not going to unionize if they have 80% people that are in favor for right to work. Workers who claim to support the right to work, the actual workers, I believe they're doing so out of fear for repercussions for the companies that are giving them these surveys within their companies. And I believe that they're doing it because they're being misled. They're being told the union will do nothing for them but take their money, which is, again, just blatantly false. And if there are so many workers that are dying to have right to work passed that they don't have to pay dues, like where are they? Everyone here that is pro right to work is being paid to be here for the most part. In the meantime, you have dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of people here on their own time, taking a day off from work and sacrificing money to be here to fight against it, in fear that this union busting bill is going to affect us in the future, that our union is going to be defunded through this, and then the people who actually want to be in a union won't have a union to be a part of. So that's my non-prepared statement.
That was very good. Thank you. Questions? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for taking my question. Are there enough electricians? And the other question is, once you become
I'm sorry, one question, ma'am.
sorry.
There is electricity everywhere, electric cars, renewable energies, everything is being more and more and more electrified, more and more and more. And even the buildings that already exist need to be retrofitted and upgraded with LED lighting or the next type of lighting or the next type of USB charging or whatever. Electricity is in more demand. AI demands more power for their servers. Power distribution is a huge issue. We need electricians desperately. And to my knowledge, we are losing them more than we are gaining them because people have been told that trade work isn't profitable. If you are in a union, it is profitable, and not only can you make good money, but you can retire. I was going to work myself into the grave before I was in the union, and now I'm going to retire, and that is such relief. And those are the kind of things that we need to extend to the younger generations to encourage them to go into these trades, which build this country and are the infrastructure of this country. We will not survive as a country without tradesmen doing the work, and they have to be compensated. They have to be treated medically. They have to get retirement. They have to get training in order to exist.
May I
Okay.
ask a follow-up?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My other question is, once you become a licensed electrician and go through your training, are you required then to work in a union shop?
No. We have people that join our union and they leave mid-apprenticeship for a variety of reasons. We have people that join our union and leave after their apprenticeship, and we have people that join our union and retire in our union. They are free to do whatever they want. There are plenty and plenty of non-union contractors to work for. Some treat you well and give you similar benefits, some do not. In my experience, the past 10 years have been the most beneficial 10 years of my career as an electrician.
Thank you.
Sir, thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no further questions,
Okay. Thank you.
appreciate your time. Rabbi Nafshi?
Mr. Chairman, the rabbi couldn't still be here today, but she had written testimony that she, in hopes that the committee will have an opportunity to read it before the actual executive vote on this. And she explains in some detail why the Jewish tradition, the Jewish faith compels.
Is that in her testimony? Great, thank you.
Vote against right to work.
Look forward to reading that. John Churchill. Is John Churchill here? Okay. And Eric Batchelor. All right. So Eric Batchelor's on deck, and John Churchill will go find him. That's correct. Beautiful. You're awesome. So, I'm sorry, sir. So John Churchill will not testify?
He's already left for the day.
Okay. All right. Great. Thanks. And Eric Batchelor?
Yes, sir.
All right. And on deck is Joe Casey.
Oh, forgot. Getting a little older. Honorable committee members, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify today. I stand before you to oppose the right to work legislation being proposed in New Hampshire, as I believe it will have negative consequences for workers, businesses, and the state's economy. My name is Eric Batchelor, and I live in Farmington, New Hampshire. And I started my electrical career in New Hampshire with one of the largest and very well-known non-union contractors in the state. My starting wage was $6 an hour, which was the minimum wage at the time in 1997. Even at that time, it wasn't a lot of money, and I needed a second part-time job, which actually paid higher than what I was getting as an electrical apprentice. I couldn't afford their health benefits because it was $6 an hour. I certainly couldn't get into their retirement, their 401k plan, because $6 an hour. I was newly married and I had a child. I needed something better. I wasn't forced to join the union. It was my choice to pay the dues back then. And now I'm still glad to give the small amount of money that is asked of me for all the union has given me and the rest of my members. It has given me financial freedom, top shelf health care, and a retirement that is to be envied. It has given me an education through a registered apprenticeship, and as a licensed electrician, continued education by offering classes in areas I may have little experience in or on new emerging technologies. The best part of this education, it has no out-of-pocket expenses to me or to the state or to federal taxpayers. That is what a union does. It provides a service. It negotiates a livable wage, health benefits, and retirement. It provides members with lifelong education. In spite of all of that, our contractors still provide customers with competitive bids against open shops who do not provide a portion of the benefits we receive. The community I live in, I pay an HOA fee. I pay this because it was my choice. I wanted to live there. I pay dues because this is where I want to work. If I don't want to pay the HOA fee, then I move. If I don't want to pay dues, I can go work somewhere else. We do not need government intervention with these agreements. I'm the business manager of Local 490, located here in Concord, New Hampshire, and I represent my members and contractors in the best capacity I can. I meet with unrepresented workers who are like me, in need of something better, and would like to join to use our services. We look for new contractors that would like to work with us, and we bridge the gap between the two. The best part of this is, like you, if my members do not like the direction I'm going, every 3 years, there is an election.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
And I can be voted out.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you think that people who do not want to be in a union should lose their job?
If they don't want to be in the union, I don't think they would be at our doorstep. They come to our doorstep because they want to be part of that union.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Yesterday, we had a hearing and we learned about an area where the business community is getting a really good deal. It's unemployment insurance, which, you know, it's hard to compete with that good a deal for what they get for $84 a year. And it sounds to me, am I correct in understanding what I've heard from the other union members, that whether they're paying union dues or agency fees, you're getting a lot for your money?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm going from someone who was the second person in my family to graduate high school. And that's out of, well, Christ, I've got 18 uncles and one aunt.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a large family, a lot of cousins. I'm the second person to graduate high school. And to be a homeowner, you know, that's unachievable. Thinking about college, gosh, that was like asking me to go to the moon on a bicycle. Wasn't going to happen. Just didn't have the funds or unfortunately the role models behind us to say, you know what, I want to be like my Uncle Claude. I'm going to be an accountant. I'm going to be a lawyer. I'm going to be whatever. I didn't have those. It was I going to be a janitor at, you know, or a store clerk? Those were the dreams that I had to look forward to.
Mm-hmm.
So getting into this provided me with all those benefits.
Follow up?
Yes, sir.
And yet you've done very well. You have a trade, a skill that's in demand. If you come down to my place in Newmarket, I've got a few things to get you done. So good. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. I thought there was a question coming.
Would you believe I had some work in Newmarket that I'd like to get done?
Thank you, sir. All right.
Yes.
Any other questions? All right, sir. Thank you for your testimony. I
you.
appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Joe Casey. Is Joe Casey here? Cool. And on deck is Tom McConley.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Casey,
Chairman.
please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Joe Casey. I am an international representative for the IBEW. I used to have Eric's job prior to that. I'm from Rochester, New Hampshire. Been in the IBEW a long time. And in order to not repeat things, I want to, the branch of the IBEW that I represent is construction. And I also represent the manufacturing industry in Maine, which primarily are the four paper mills that I represent up in Calais and Skowhegan, Rumford, and Westbrook. And we work with the employers, but the whole foundation of the IBEW had nothing to do with all these finances and who's making more money and who's this and that. It was about safety. Construction is a dangerous, dangerous industry, and our unions work with our employers, and we come up with all kinds of safety issues and safety procedures, and the protection of our membership is our number one priority, always has been. When I ran the local union here in New Hampshire, that was our priority, and that's what we spend a great deal of our time on. And statistics prove, right? So Department of Labor show that 19% union construction work sites are less likely to have an OSHA violation, and 34% fewer violations per inspection than on the non-union work sites. Now, we only represent 14% of the industry, right? So 14% of the construction industry nationally, and less here in New Hampshire, I can tell you exactly what it is, 9%, is represented by unions, right? So there's 90-something percent, 91% of the shops here in the state of New Hampshire are non-union construction industries and private construction. There are a number of electrical contractors associations or businesses that you can go to work for if you don't want to belong to a union. You want to belong to a union, you want to come into our organization, you want to go to our union meetings where you have a voice, and everything that happens from the union bosses, which is me, is directed by that membership. Believe me, it's not easy going to a union meeting and listening to your members. And we had, 75, 80% every month of our membership would show up, and they were active, and they were voiced, and they set their opinions. They tell us what to negotiate for wages. They tell us what to negotiate. They tell us what they're going to pay us for our salary and our dues. And I'm done, I guess.
Sir, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Do we have any questions? Representative Flanagan.
Yes, sir. I do not.
All right. That was necessary.
What was the question?
All right, very good. All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Tom McConley. All right. We'll hold in abeyance. MCONLEY, I believe. Okay, next is William Lang. Or Robert Nolt. Whoever shows up first gets first dibs.
Sorry about that. Stepped up to use the restroom there.
No, you've been here all day. Yeah, and there you go. Timing is everything. And you are?
I'm William Lang.
You're William Lang. Beautiful.
Thank you.
And Robert Nolt is on deck. Thank you for your patience.
Good. My name is William Lang. I'm a resident of Derry, New Hampshire. I'm also a representative of the Painters and Allied Trades District Council 35. I'm here on behalf of my membership, as well as a list of contractors that you see on the second page of the pack that I gave you. I'm here today to try to protect working families in New Hampshire by asking to vote no on House Bill 238, Right to Work. We've been hearing a ton of statistics today. The thing about statistics is that depending on what you're trying to find, you can kind of skew the data usually to try to, make your own argument, right? But I'll jump into that as well a little bit. So on average, right to work states have a poverty level of 11.2% compared to New Hampshire's 3.7%. I'd also like to just point out for a second, I can't keep my mouth shut about this, the thought that New Hampshire has catching up to do to be on par with West Virginia, a state that trails the bottom list of rankings of every state pretty much for every metric that determines whether or not a state is healthy or not. Just for the record, West Virginia actually has a poverty rate of 16.7%, which is higher than the national average of 11.2% and much higher than New Hampshire's average of 3.7%. So this is due largely to the fact that all working people in right-to-work states, union and non-union, earn 12% less than working people in non-right-to-work states. Working people are also significantly less safe at work in right-to-work states, with incidents of workplace fatalities being 43.8% higher than in non-right-to-work states. As a working person, a husband, a father, and a granite stater, these are not conditions that we can accept in New Hampshire. I'd also like to kind of talk a little bit to the people that do support this bill. I'd like you to take a look at the people that are coming in here today, the people that are testifying in favor of this bill, but also the people that are testifying against it. I think that you'll realize that the people that are coming in to speak against it were the people that you want living in your communities. So working people join a union because quite often it's the first real accessible opportunity that we've ever gotten for upward mobility. Like every state, New Hampshire's facing some real difficult challenges right now. Housing crisis, homelessness, substance abuse, and right to work is attacking the very best vehicle that we have to combat these issues, which is unionism, union membership. A union contract takes a job and turns it into a career by guaranteeing working conditions, wages, benefits, and a dignified retirement. Pay attention to how many people show up to oppose this today, and pay attention to who we are. If you pay attention, I think you'll see that we are New Hampshire's homeowners, business owners, taxpayers, voters, and the proud working men and women that keep our communities going. In closing, working people benefit from belonging to a union, and the communities that we live in benefit from us living there. Please vote no on House Bill 238. And actually, on the third page that I have for you in that contract there, I actually have something from New Hampshire Business Insider. It's an article that they just did on a signatory contractor, Advanced Exterior Glazing. They were the #1 largest, fastest growing private industry business against any business industry in the state of New Hampshire last year.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Very nicely done. Any questions? Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. Do you have to be a member to apply for the IBW apprenticeship program?
I'm sorry, I should have actually specified. I'm a member of the Painters and Allied Trades. I'm not
sorry.
too familiar with that.
You're not wearing their colors.
Any other questions?
Well, no, I have, it's a question, it's kind of about what union's from. But the
And
question
I'm
is-
sorry about that, brother.
So the question is, if I
Oh,
could-
okay.
yeah,
All right,
The
so
question is,
follow up.
do you have to be a member of the painters or the IBW or the iron workers to apply for a membership, to apply for the job?
No, you do not.
So that's a closed shop environment.
So employers have the ability to hire off the street whoever they want, and we as union members, as the union, don't actually have the ability to deny an employer the right to hire anybody.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
patience. And next we have Robert Nolt. Robert Nolt. Okay. Long day. Representative Phillips. Do you want to testify?
My apologies. My name's actually Representative Hacken Phillips. I hope you have the correct Phillips?
Representative Mary Hacken Phillips.
that's
Yes,
me.
ma'am. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, my name is Mary Hacken Phillips of Hanover. I serve Grafton District 12, and I'm pleased to
I'm
be.
sorry, one second, and this won't count against your time. Claudia Istel is on deck, please. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm pleased to be with you and the members of the Labor Committee today. I'm here in opposition to HB 238 because I believe that right to work is wrong for New Hampshire. My mother was a union member who belonged to her local union for more than 3.5 decades, so I understand firsthand the union's role in building a middle class and families like mine. A union fought so that my mother's work was fairly valued when balanced with her employer's interests, and a union provided strong legal protections for her and her colleagues at their workplace. A union provided strong legal protections for them in their workplace, but they also negotiated stronger worker benefits, upon which she and our whole family thrived, whether it was her vacation or sick time or health insurance, her retirement or her professional development support or other employment rights. So my life was built upon this union, and I could not be more proud of her decision to join that union back in the 1970s. Since we just celebrated the Martin Luther King Day holiday on Monday, it's worth noting that Dr. King reminded us that right-to-work laws are historically rooted in racism and designed to maintain unequal power in the workplace. Dr. King called the right to work a false slogan. Since right-to-work laws provide neither rights nor work, and are in fact designed to rob workers of their civil rights and job rights and to destroy labor unions, and the freedom of collective bargaining by which those unions have improved wages and working conditions of everyone. To be clear, the effect of passage of HB 238 in New Hampshire will be that it will lead to union busting, depreciated workers' value in workplace negotiations, and a degradation of middle-class families' strength. But right to work harms much more than the individual worker or the hardworking middle-class family. Right to work harms the general public in states where it's passed, as we've heard today. According to the Economic Policy Institute, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization, in their study, data shows that anti-union right-to-work laws damage state economies because these laws lead to lower unionization rates, wages, and benefits when compared to states without such legislation. So, claims that the right-to-work legislation we're contemplating today will lead to greater job growth simply is misleading and inaccurate. The EPI study shows that there are no measurable employment advantages between right-to-work and non-right-to-work states. So, who benefits? The answer is mega corporations, corporate shareholders, and the rich by providing greater monetary profits, further exacerbating the wealth gap here in New Hampshire. So please join the hardworking Granite State families who reject HB 238. And I urge you to vote ITL when your committee reaches that executive session later today, if that does in fact happen. Thank you for your time. And given the number of people who are here to speak, I just am going to decline to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your testimony and your patience. And Claudia Istel. And on deck is Mackenzie West.
Sorry, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Claudia Estelle from Ackworth. I'm a member of the Economic Justice Mission team from the New Hampshire Conference of the United Church of Christ. I have taught for over 30 years in public schools in New Hampshire, and I'm currently an adjunct at River Valley Community College. I'm also a union member of NEA New Hampshire and also SEIU 1984, and I'm here opposing right to work. For my personal experience, I want to say that I have earned more money working in public schools than I have in private schools. And part of that is somebody was mentioned that, oh, I could have negotiated for myself. And in a private school, I could have done that. But I was young. I was female. There were more male teachers than there were female teachers, and I didn't have I didn't have the chutzpah maybe to negotiate for myself in that same way. When I moved to teaching in a public school, I was paid according to my education, my experience, and I knew I could see the pay scale. I knew that men and women were both paid the same. I couldn't say that that was true in my previous employment. Also, I wanted to say that later in my career, there was I was inappropriately lost my job due to reduction in force that the school district had applied inappropriately, and it was the union that helped me to get my job back. And since my family relied on my wages and my benefits, we were all very grateful for that support. A couple other things I'd just like to say. One is we've heard about the right to work comes from a racist background. I'd like to just say a little bit more about that. The laws bubbled up in the Jim Crow South in the 1940s and beyond, and these laws were all about trying to put a divide between black workers and white workers when there was any hint that they might work together to unionize. And one of the key architects of this law was a wealthy industrialist and lobbyist from Texas named Vance Muse. And in his literature proposing so-called right-to-work laws, he wrote, and please forgive these disgraceful words, that if right-to-work laws were not passed, quote, white men and women would be forced into organizations, meaning unions, with black African apes whom they will have to call brother and lose their jobs, end of quote. I've mentioned in my testimony, which I submitted through the portal, that not all those words, but that racist background. The other thing.
Okay, ma'am, please, your testimony is time's up. Are there any questions for this witness? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Okay. Thank you, and I hope you'll read what I submitted in the portal.
I'm glad you submitted it. Thank you so much. And Mackenzie West. Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Mackenzie West. I'm an apprentice with IBEW.
I'm sorry, on deck is Rusan Chester. Go ahead.
My name's Mackenzie West. I'm an apprentice with the IBEW Local 490 here in Concord. And I'm going to can my pre-written statement and just say that with the union, as an open trans woman in the union, I find a sense of solidarity and support that oftentimes my peers and other trans people don't necessarily find when we face unequal employment and economic opportunities. And when we also see discrimination in all levels of government targeting our rights, it comes down to for me, it comes down to the solidarity I find in my local union hall, knowing that it doesn't matter where the direction of politics goes, that I have a place and I have a future in my hall. And the right to work bills fundamentally challenge that future in weakening the unions that we belong to. So I am here to vehemently oppose the current HB 238.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate you being here. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. And Rusan Chester. On deck is Drew Clive.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Thank you, committee members, for allowing me to speak today on this bill. Just to answer some of your questions or some of the things that have been brought up since hearing some of these things today, New Hampshire is number 21 in growth for current unions. The top 10 are Hawaii, New York, Washington State, New Jersey, Connecticut, California, Alaska, Vermont, Oregon, and Minnesota. And the largest growing union in the United States today is the SEIU Healthcare Union. I was a strong supporter of unions in the 70s and 80s. I marched right along with a lot of those folks that felt they were being discriminated in the workplace. I have been both a union member of 5 different unions and a non-union member during my more than 40 years of employment. That being said, I am supporting this bill today for what it is. It is the choice. It is not a right to work bill. It is not a Jim Crow law bill. It is a choice. During my research and review of the benefits of being a union member and listening time and time again to union lobbyists speaking out against the very folks that they profess to represent in these hearings and years and years and years of hearings similar to this, would you believe that while I was sitting here today listening to all this testimony, I developed 2 questions. One, how do unions who have come to our work environments and flex their financial muscles, putting out healthy competition and the promotion of growth capitalism? 2, how or what unions have become today any different from what DEI policy and practices have done to our schools, our workplace, and our country? It is okay for people to be able to be paid appropriately for for their job. However, it is not okay to give everyone the same outcome. This is the land of opportunity, not equity. This is the land of you can still have a dream, but you have to work for it. And unfortunately, unions have become a situation today where no one has to work for it anymore. It breaks my heart that so many of my union brothers and sisters believe that their employers would still enslave them and behold them to the kind of practices that were happening in the 70s. We can do better. Pass this bill today and let's prove it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you. I appreciate your patience. And Drew Clive?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Drew Klein. I am president of the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy, New Hampshire's free market think tank, and we are in support of making New Hampshire the 27th right to work state in the United States for a lot of preponderance of economic reasons. I know that you've been here a long time, so I'll try to be short. I'm going to summarize a study that's come up many times in this testimony, which is the 2021 Harvard University study that I know has been bandied about, but I've got sort of a summary. And the reason we want to mention this study is because it's maybe the most comprehensive study done on right to work laws because of the depth of what they tried to measure. So I'm going to go through what some of their findings. And just Representative Sullivan, I know you asked this question earlier, but to mention the authors of this study, Benjamin Austin is a Harvard economics professor. His previous paper, large paper, he co-authored with Ed Glazer, the chairman of the Harvard Economic Department, and Lawrence Summers, the former Treasury Secretary under President Clinton, and former president of Harvard, not a right-wing, paid troll or anything like that. Matthew Lilly is also a Harvard lecturer who studies labor economics. Their study found, and I'll just summarize it really quickly, increase in employment population. So what they did, they studied border counties in states where one state went right to work and one state did not go right to work. Increase employment to population ratios, which is the percentage of the working age population who are employed, by 3.5 percentage points. Increase manufacturing employment by 28%. Increase total employment by 1.6 percentage points. Increase labor force participation rate by 1.4 percentage points. And then I think we're getting into some really interesting findings here, which most other studies do not look for. Reduce the share of individuals below the federal poverty level by 1.4 percentage points. Reduce childhood poverty by 2.3 percentage points. That is a large reduction in childhood poverty. They found that the probability of children born in the poorest 20% of households, the probability that they'll reach the top 20% increased in right to work states by 1.7 percentage points. Reduced long-term joblessness among males by 19%. Reduced Social Security disability benefits recipients by 0.3 percentage points. What does this show? Well, what they talk about in the study is when you pass a right to work law, it tends to attract and improve the long-term economic prospects of people who are the hardest to employ. New Hampshire still has not recovered from pre-pandemic on our labor force participation rate. Right to work states improve labor force participation. What they did not find is any reduction in wages or total compensation, and they separated those out. If New Hampshire passed a right to work law, we think that it would significantly increase manufacturing employment, increase overall employment.
And so that's time.
That's time? All right. I appreciate it.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
Do you happen to know offhand if it's buried in the study somewhere? I'm not going to require you to
Sure.
dig it up, but you say 19% reduction in long-term unemployment among males. Do you happen to know what they consider long-term?
I can't off the top of my head answer that, but
Thank you.
There is a way that they measure that.
Thank you.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I haven't had a chance to read the study.
Sure.
But let me say this, I'm somewhat familiar with the employment trends in New Hampshire and the statistics that are published by the Department of Employment Security.
Yep.
And the question I have, in the context of this study, has that those numbers been taken into consideration? Can we drill down into that study to get New Hampshire specific impacts? Or is this a more global study? Because some of the numbers that you come up with, I would challenge in terms of the New Hampshire economy.
Well, so the Harvard study didn't look at New Hampshire because we haven't passed a right to work law. So this is a study of states that passed a right to work law that bordered a state that didn't pass a right to work law. But when I mentioned the labor force participation rate, so New Hampshire has done better than I think every state in New England, if not every state in the country, on getting back to work after the pandemic, yet our labor force participation rate is still lower. So we're in the low 60s. We were in the high 60s before. So we do have a percentage of the population that still has not come back to work. And that's one of the things that they found that right to work can help with.
Okay. And Representative Lavery.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Klein, for taking my question.
Sure.
To indulge you, what are the other types of businesses that we could expect that could potentially come to New Hampshire? Let you finish.
So it really depends, and you don't want to make predictions of the future based on studies of the past in terms of getting down into the specifics. But the Harvard study is just one of many that found a really significant increase in manufacturing employment after states became right to work states. So I think at the very least, we have 70,000 roughly manufacturing jobs in New Hampshire right now. If you look at the Harvard study, which was a 28% increase in manufacturing jobs, there's another study that was done a couple years before that found a 20% increase in manufacturing jobs. So if you just take that range, you're talking 14,000 to 20,000-ish new manufacturing jobs in New Hampshire. I mean, that's massive. That is a big response. And there are conflicting findings on wages, right? So some studies like the Harvard one, some others have not found that it reduces wages. Some have found changes in wages. But what studies seem to be pretty consistent on is increases in employment and increases in economic growth. One of the things the Harvard research specifically looked at to try to tease out when looking at those border counties was the increase in employment just substituting employment that already existed. In other words, were the new jobs just taking jobs, employees from other jobs in the community? And they found that was not the case, that they were net new jobs. In fact, they were attracting a lot of employment from the other state. So for New Hampshire, you hear a lot of people complaining about all these people in New Hampshire, we go to work in Massachusetts. Becoming a right to work state would, to some extent, switch that commuter rate. So you would have more commuters coming into New Hampshire from Massachusetts, which helps the local economy. So our review of the literature on this is that it would be an unequivocal economic win. And when we're looking at state revenues, you're increasing these jobs, you're increasing employment, you're adding businesses, you're increasing business activity, which increases your business profits, which increases your business profits taxes. We think that if we pass the right to work law in New Hampshire, not only would our economy thrive, not only would our blue collar worker sector thrive, but state revenues will go up as well.
All right, Representative Cahill. I'm sorry, did you have a follow-up? Okay, got it. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Klein.
Sure.
Did this study control for items such as demographics? I know we're suffering from a gray tsunami, myself included, and energy costs, availability of quality education, affordable housing, anything like that? Were those factors considered?
Well, I can't list every single thing that they controlled for, but they did control for other factors to try to isolate the effect of right to work law in particular. And that's one of the things that some previous studies have not done very well, is try to isolate to see if the changes were caused by the right to work law. And these Harvard researchers concluded that they could pinpoint it to the right to work law itself. But if you're getting to the point that I think you asked another person testifying before about business relocation, look, everybody knows that businesses relocate for all kinds of reasons, right? You do look for good education, you look for good workforce, you look for low taxes, you look for all kinds of costs and inputs, right? Right to work is a factor, and business surveys of executives, surveys of corporations, surveys of leadership, but also studies that track employment all find that right to work states are associated with a pretty substantial increase in employment.
Follow up?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again. Yesterday, during our orientation from Employment Security, we learned, really confirmed that we're a net negative job loss to Massachusetts. And I wonder, could you tell me if that's for wages or other employment protections? Or they're not a right to work state, are they?
Well, we're not either. So are you asking, so Boston area, right, has a very large economy. There are a lot of people who live in New Hampshire who work in Massachusetts. Is that what you mean by net job loss, is people commuting to Mass for jobs?
Yes.
Right. So one thing you have to ask yourself is, why did those people move to New Hampshire? Because a large percentage of those people moved from Massachusetts to New Hampshire to then continue commuting. So they came here for low taxes, often. They came for lots of other reasons. But again, what the Harvard researchers found was when one state flips to right to work and the other state does not, you increase commuting from the non-right to work state into the right to work state because of the economy and the job growth in the right to work state.
Okay. Representative McKenzie, and I'll come back.
Okay.
So from a research perspective,
Yeah.
the data that you're presenting is data that looks at right to work states and the impacts. But there is no specific data, correct, that would look at New Hampshire specifically, because we could be very different in a lot of ways from those states who have adopted it. So would it be legitimate to ask of your group that they study New Hampshire as opposed to imposing data from other states throughout the country?
I appreciate the question, Representative. That's not really how this kind of research works. So to understand what the impacts are of a change in the law, you look at the states where they actually changed the law. And when research have done that, and the best studies on right to work do look at the borders. There are others, not just the Harvard study, there have been others that look at border counties. And it's pretty solid evidence when that happens, you get a substantial increase in employment, manufacturing jobs, overall jobs, and these other fall-on benefits in the right to work state and not in the state that didn't change.
Okay, and Representative Staub.
Thank you. I have not had an opportunity to read the study that you are referring to, but I did do some other research. And would you believe that in two contiguous states, Arkansas with right to work and Missouri that has rejected right to work, the mean wage is $49,747 dollars a year in Arkansas, and the poverty rate is 16.3%. Next door in Missouri, where they've rejected right to work, the average wage is $57,199, and the poverty rate is 12%. And then when you look at New Mexico and Arizona, which is a right to work state, has $62,000 a year medium wage, and New Mexico is at 53, where they don't have right to work. So it seems like there are a lot of different things that contribute to whether right to work will improve things or not. And I'm just curious about what you would make of that.
Right. So one of the problems with the research that gets out on right to work laws is the rigor. So you can look at, and this was a problem with a lot of the early studies in right to work states, because a lot of the earlier right to work states were in the South. And so a lot of the non-right to work states were in the North. And so people were not properly accounting for cost of living. So you would have these studies that say, oh, the right to work wages are so low. Well, if you don't count for for cost of living, you're going to find that it's apples and oranges. So I'm not familiar with that particular research, but what I would say is you can look at snapshots of wages, and that doesn't necessarily tell you a lot. You want to try to pinpoint, like the Harvard study and some other high quality studies have done, what the baseline was and what the change is once the right to work law took effect. And in those cases, they tend to find a massive increase in economic activity, jobs, et cetera. So we're looking at a lot of research that shows that right to work really does improve a state's overall economy and improve the employment picture. And I think that's pretty clear from the preponderance of the research.
Okay, Representative Cahill, you pass, okay? Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
You referred to the rigor of the Harvard study. We've heard earlier and have been told that the Harvard study has not been published. It has not been peer reviewed.
It's published on their website, sir.
It's published where?
So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I'm talking about published in an academic manner. So there's questions about the rigor that is in place with the Harvard study. Can you respond?
I would respectfully disagree. I don't believe there's any questions about the rigor. Academic studies are not always published in peer-reviewed journals. That's just the nature of the way it works. Harvard publishes a lot of its own studies through its own publishing. One of the authors works for and is published by the National Bureau of Economic Research, which is a highly respected economic outfit, and those studies aren't peer-reviewed either. It's not necessarily a ding on the study that it hasn't been published in a peer-reviewed journal.
Follow up. On a different topic, you referred to the level of employment participation being relatively low in New Hampshire. And my understanding is that a large driver of that is the inaccessibility and the high cost of childcare. Would right to work have any impact on that problem?
That's an interesting question. I don't know that it would have any impact on childcare. I mean, I think one of the things you've seen in New Hampshire with childcare is the regulations that dictate staffing ratios and all kinds of other regulations on childcare centers that make it sort of hard to start one. And with childcare, what you saw in the last several years, just like with housing in New Hampshire, is a massive surge in demand, but almost no increase in supply. So for childcare, you want to increase the supply. I don't know that right to work is going to necessarily help with that. I don't know that there are a lot of childcare centers that are unionized.
Any further questions? Please.
So it's your position today that that the study that you're talking about, which is controversial in some areas, that would absolutely apply, looking at New Hampshire, you could analyze the whole environment within New Hampshire, and you can say with confidence now that would be what would happen in New Hampshire.
No, sir, that's not how academic studies work. You look at what happened in other states. And so one of the things about the Harvard study, and there are others, it's not just the Harvard one. That's a recent one, and it was extremely thorough, which is why it's cited so much. You look at the effects when a law was introduced over the long term. That's what the Harvard study tried to do, was look at the long term and tease out the effects that they could isolate and say and pinpoint with some clarity were caused by that change in the right to work law. That doesn't guarantee that precisely the same thing will happen, but what they did was they looked at right to work states around the country so they could try to get a ballpark figure. So it's not necessarily that you would have specifically, for example, a 28% increase in your manufacturing workforce. But when you look at the range, that's what they came up with, was 28% across all states that had done this. So it's a pretty solid bet when that's consistent with other studies that show a large increase in the manufacturing workforce. You come to the conclusion that right to work studies are right to work laws are associated with a pretty substantial increase in manufacturing and all sorts of other things. So that's just how it works. You would expect that to happen in New Hampshire to some degree, but you can't pinpoint the precise number and say, well, it'll be 28%.
Thank you. That's important.
Yeah.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Do you have a spare New Hampshire you could pass right to work on just so we could compare?
I wish. That would be great, And that's one of the reasons, which is to pinpoint this study and the other studies that look county to county on those borders. That creates the control group, right? So that's why you do those border studies, because you have a natural control group of the counties on one side that didn't go right to work and the counties on the other that did. So that creates that control group. So you can sort of say this was attributable to the right to work law, as opposed to some other studies that aren't really quite so good, that just will take snapshots and say, well, in this right to work state, the wages are X, and this non-right to work state, the wages are X. So therefore, they're not isolating that kind of thing. It's not really rigorous.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. No other questions?
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. So I just, I wanted to give Robert Nolt, Tom McAulty, and Representative Coker an opportunity to speak if they're here. If not, then that's okay too. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else that wants to speak on this bill that has not been afforded the opportunity? Sir, if you do, come on up. Please fill out a pink card.
I did fill out a pink card.
Okay, and your name?
Tom Mooney.
And then that's you, Tom. Sorry, I got you. I just couldn't read it.
No worries. Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I come to this discussion representing myself. As a lifelong citizen of New Hampshire, I currently live in Dover, but I've also lived in Berlin, Groveton, Manchester, Deerfield, and Exeter. So I've seen a lot of the state. Lifelong citizen of New Hampshire, but I'm also a proud union member and vice president of IBEW Local 490 here in Concord. I'll keep my remarks brief. I'm speaking out against this bill. It is not what we stand for here in New Hampshire. It's already been discussed in this legislature previously numerous times. This legislature voted this measure down. It's had many names: SB 61, SB 16, HB 238. This has been voted down, and there have been both parties in control of the legislature when that has occurred. This brings us to today's hearing. If this legislation was voted down previously, it proves that the legislature, no matter what side of the aisle you were on, understands the value of unions and the vital role that unions play in securing jobs for working people. Our elected leaders have repeatedly defeated this piece of legislation because they understand that the free market doesn't need any further government intrusion or regulatory burdens
into the private business world. New Hampshire's government should not meddle in how private businesses in the state work together for their mutual benefit. Contracts between private employers and labor unions are business-to-business agreements that this legislation should leave to the free market. This legislation does nothing for the working people of New Hampshire. It actually is detrimental. It should be named Right to Work for Less. The average wage in Right to Work states is an average of $87,000 less than the same wage in non-right to work states like New Hampshire. Supporters of this bill claim that unions force people to join their cause, using words like coercion and intimidation in previous versions of this bill. I can personally speak to this. More than 7 years ago, I voluntarily walked into the IBEW Local 490 Union Hall office looking for work. I was employed at the time in the North Country of New Hampshire at the Mount Washington Hotel. I was looking for change. In no way did I feel pressured or coerced to join this organization. In fact, the gentleman I spoke to wanted to make sure I was serious about joining, as I am in my mid to late 40s now. I have no regrets. Recently, 2 years ago, I was nominated by one of my union brothers to run for vice president. I willfully accepted the nomination and was elected by the membership.
And so your time is up.
Okay.
Subject to questions, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see a neighbor here. I'm represent part of Concord, so glad you're here. My question is similar to one that Representative Staub has asked a few times about how many folks are in the training program at this point, and how do they make money during that time?
I am a product of the apprenticeship. I was in a 5-year program, and I earned while I learned. I had my classes on Saturdays, and I worked Monday through Friday. And sometimes I would not go to class in order to work overtime when it was offered, but that was very seldom during those first 5 years. The gentleman who spoke previously, John Webb, was our apprentice director. He would have the numbers in terms of our apprenticeship. But I know that my class started with 26 and we graduated 14. So there is some fallout along the way. I will say this is not for everybody. What I've told apprentices who I've worked with up and coming in the trade is this isn't a job. It's a career. And to stick with it if you feel, because I have retirement secured for my family. A 10-year-old who wants me to come talk to his class all the time. And maybe he'll be an electrician, maybe he'll go to college. I went to St. Anselm College. Oh, sorry, I do have one regret, that I did not join the union when I graduated in 2001. That's my only regret. But I enjoy what I do. I'm a master electrician in New Hampshire and Maine. It's provided incredible opportunities. And I have spoken with Mr. Webb about teaching in the apprenticeship because I do have a background in education.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. You said you worked at the Mount Washington?
I used to.
Oh, okay.
I was a front desk agent. I
Okay.
worked overnight shifts, so I was a zombie.
Ah, all right. So you left that, you walked into the union hall looking for work. Were you, once they gave you the specifics of joining, were you infuriated when they told you you had to pay the fees?
Nope. I can speak to the dues, actually, if you'd like.
Yeah.
What I tell a lot of people who ask me the question about the dues, my monthly dues are equivalent to what I used to pay for my health insurance and benefits weekly at Mount Washington Hotel. It's within $5 of that value, and I pay that once a month. I no longer pay out of pocket for insurance. Our contractors cover that cost as part of the work package. That's the selling point for me. I used to pay $40, $50 a week. And my wife worked at Mount Washington as well. She had her own insurance. And when our son was born, he was on Medicaid, so he had his own insurance. We didn't have a family plan. We couldn't afford a family plan. As someone spoke to earlier, in the North Country, it is a very depressed economy. And I drove 45 minutes to an hour to go to work from Groveton down to Bretton Woods.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a follow-up, Representative? Representative Del Silvestro, did you have a follow-up? Okay, Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. The purpose of this question is to flush out the difference between a closed shop and a union shop. When you walked through that door, IBW.
Yes.
Did they say you couldn't come in here and get a job unless you were a union member?
No.
So that was the closed shop issue, which is illegal. So once you were in there, did they demand that you be part of the union?
No, I had the choice whether to leave during my apprenticeship.
But the question is that this legislation is full. I'm sorry, I don't mean to ask questions without permission.
Please
questions.
proceed.
Okay,
Thank you. And thanks for correcting yourself.
Yeah, it's an Italian thing. You just keep talking. So the question I have is, you voluntarily continue to pay the union. Once you join the union, you continue to pay the dues.
Correct.
But under the provision, I'm sorry, follow up.
Okay, maybe if we just take it as questions rather than statements and then start from there. Proceed.
So I think it'd be too difficult to flush this out. I'm gonna pass. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Sir, thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Thank
And I do have a copy of it to present.
you. Great. If you can just give that to the clerk and then we'll get it out to everyone.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Alan Raff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable committee members. My name is Alan Rapp. I represent the New Hampshire AFL-CIO, and I'm a resident of Manchester, New Hampshire. Really brief, I'm here in opposition to HB 238 FN, this year's version of Right to Work. You've heard everything that I would have said. I did want to hop on at the end real quickly just to state that you've heard a lot about this Harvard study. It's not a Harvard study. Harvard didn't decide to do this study and run the numbers on this. It's two people who were Harvard economists who had published the study through Harvard. And when it's important to note that the fact that this hasn't been peer reviewed, the reason things are peer reviewed. So peer review, just as a definition here for you, it involves submitting research to other experts in the field who critically evaluate the methodology, data analysis, and its conclusions. This study did none of that. So it would essentially be like if I had gone to Harvard and I was an economist and I wrote a paper that I thought was interesting about beliefs that I had. Harvard published it through their website because I'm a Harvard economist and didn't have anybody else look at it, could say outlandish stuff and have no bearing in reality whatsoever. But I guess we can call that a study. But I think most of the things that you're familiar with when people refer to a study and cite a study or data analysis stemming from a study is something that has been peer reviewed and is in some kind of academic journal or something like that. So yes, studies do exist that are not peer reviewed, but I think typically what you are all used to in this forum and hearing about data and studies is coming from a peer reviewed journal, something where other people in the field have looked at it and decided, you know what, this has validity, this doesn't have validity. That's all I have to say, and I thank you very much.
I appreciate your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming in. Okay, last chance, last alibi. All right, Representative Pavlovich Mueller. Yeah, I agreed to that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and the public members that are still patiently here at the end of a long and passionate hearing. For the record, I'm Daniel Popovich-Miller, representing Windham and the prime sponsor of the bill. HB 238 is needed to protect the rights of every worker to decide for themselves if they want to join a union or not. Nobody's trying to stop any worker from joining a union they want to join. And testimony from the union members clearly show that there are very many happy union members and that unions provide valuable services to the people who choose to join them. Problem is that nobody should force a worker to effectively join a union whose services they do not want, and that's all that this bill does. Nothing less, nothing more. Yes, nobody is legally forced to join the union anymore, but they are forced to pay the union for services they didn't ask for. While Taft-Hartley did end closed shops in 1947, they left it to the individual states to pass the legislation needed to finish the job. Without HB 238, there is no practical difference in New Hampshire between being a union member or not if a non-member is forced to pay the union. This bill is needed to preserve the workers' freedom of choice. Because saying if you don't like the union, you can find another job is pretty much going back to closed shop policies that are very much illegal. So that's not really an argument I would consider. If this was an attempt to weaken unions, we would already have seen public sector unions slowly wither away since the 2018 Janus Supreme Court case that provided public sector's employees the same protections this bill would provide private sector workers. Has anyone seen the American Federations of Teachers or Firefighters Union or police unions get weaker? They are as powerful and active as ever, just as private sector unions will continue to be after HB 238 becomes law. The National Labor Relations Act of 1935 does allow for members-only unions, and they exist and thrive in states that ended forced unionism. Unions are only forced to provide representation to non-member workers because the union receives exclusive recognition that greatly benefits the union by eliminating competition from other unions and by forcing every covered worker to pay them. That rule exists to prevent non-union members from being treated unfairly during contract negotiations they no longer have a right to participate in. The remedy to this concern is not to make it even worse by forcing workers to pay the unions, it is to fix the federal laws that created this problem in the first place, or for the unions to choose to represent their members only. People have testified that this bill is a way to take away negotiating power. Actually, this bill will specifically give more negotiation power to workers. Union members testifying today all spoke glowingly in favor of the union. If you talk to union members privately, plenty of them will express dissatisfaction with their actual ability to have a say in how the union is run. And no, voting for leadership once every 3 years is not having a lot of influence. Unions will have the same negotiating power as before versus the employer, but they will have to pay more attention to individual workers to avoid making them unhappy enough so that they elect to stop paying union dues. I strongly believe this will make the unions better. They will have to be more willing to listen to and truly represent all their members instead of just listening to the 50% plus one they need to win an election every 3 years and stay in control. People testify that if this bill passes, the only people retiring with a pot of gold will be the company owners. Tell that to the many Seattle Microsoft stock options non-union millionaires, to the many Boston biotech employees that went through a successful IPO to make millions. As a naturalized citizen, we chose to immigrate to the US because this is the best country in the world for people to succeed based on their own hard work and merit, and this bill will move us further ahead. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify in favor of this bill. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Granger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. People have claimed that right to work is a race to the bottom. Do you have anything to say on that subject?
A good part of it was already covered by previous testimony from Drew Klein, but let's just basically remind everybody what that argument is. They compare wages in certain states to wages in other states, and they claim that the causal relationship for the lower wages are the right to work laws. The correct way to compare wages is to adjust for cost of living. You have to get paid more to work in New York City than you have to be paid to work in Coast County. The costs of living are totally different. Any study that does not adjust for that is a study whose methodology is, let's say, poorly designed. There is a huge amount of data showing that states that end forced unionism see faster job and wage growth than states that don't. Go back to the testimony we heard earlier from a union member related to job loss in the mills. They specifically said that the jobs went from New Hampshire to states that ended forced unionism. This is a clear argument that passing this bill will have a positive impact because we will now be the place where other states' companies want to move to. We would be the only state that ended forced unionism north of Virginia, greatly expanding our New Hampshire advantage. More jobs, more competition for hiring New Hampshire workers, that should lead to higher wages, and unions that have to be more responsive to the people they represent. How exactly is this a bad outcome?
Any other questions? Representative Staub.
Thank you. During testimony today, we heard that the inability to collect dues or agency fees would undermine the training programs that we need for much needed tradespeople in the state. What would you replace that with?
I don't think you'd need to replace it because when this type of legislation passes, there is data showing that unions change their practices to be more accommodating to their members to prevent them essentially stopping, to pay for their services. So I believe that since unions will adjust by becoming better, this will greatly decrease any estimated losses of income from those fees, and therefore I don't expect a significant impact on the training programs, which, by the way, they are a great example of what a well-run union should be doing. I really appreciated hearing all those stories from people whose lives got changed for better for the union. Did you notice that all of them chose to be union members? This is all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make sure that unions only have members that actually want to belong.
Representative Farrington.
Thank you. Today we heard a lot about passing this legislation and how it'd be an infringement on two parties in the private sector. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, one of the advantages of having this debate happen every year or two is that there are not a lot of new arguments, are they? There is zero impact on the right of business to negotiate with a union. The bill, if anything, already reduces already existing interference. I was born and raised in a communist country. I take freedom very seriously and would never sponsor this bill if it actually reduced freedom. If you want to talk about the right of businesses and unions to negotiate, there is nothing that prevents them from negotiating with each other and reaching whatever deal they want. If businesses want to pay unions monthly fees for every employee, they are more than free to do so from their own pocket if they feel that the union is that valuable. What this bill will do is prevent the employer from reaching a deal with a union that allows the employer to reach into the pockets of employees that did not consent to this bill and take money to give to the union. The only interference in private negotiations is from the 1935 NLRA Act, which removed the right of non-union members to negotiate for their own wages and benefits. This bill reduces that interference, but cannot fully eliminate it with a supremacy clause. So, no, this is not an infringement on any right to contract. It's a step forward into protecting that.
Representative Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Representative, if this bill fails, how will it affect you and your future, of your family and your future?
My concern is not for me. I don't pass bills for me and my family. I represent my town, I represent my state, and I believe that if this bill fails to pass, it will be a negative impact on the state overall, or at least it will be the lack of a potential positive impact. I think that it's an opportunity to make our state better, and if we fail to pass it, we will continue to exist and do well, but we could do better if we passed it.
Follow up, please.
Please.
So, do you know how it will negatively affect tens of thousands of our constituents, our union members in New Hampshire, not just in this room, in the House, throughout the whole state, including myself. It could be a big detriment on my future and the future of all the people that this will affect.
Would it be possible to ask for a clarification as what the detriment is that you are referring to? Specifically, I'm just not sure how to answer
May I?
without.
Yes, please.
So you keep saying it's really not a union busting thing, but there really is, because, and like anything, like any other business, say for instance, we made it illegal to pay dues to gyms. How long would that gym stay open if they weren't able to pay the people, they weren't able to pay the bills to keep the building open, they weren't able to provide benefits to their members, and the machinery went out of date, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? How long would that business stay open? And that's very, very similar to what will happen to union members. If no one's paying dues to keep things going, my pension could run out. All these different things could run out.
I understand. I'm actually happy that our disagreement seems to be based on a misunderstanding of what the bill does. Because your example is what would happen if we passed a bill making it illegal to pay dues to gyms. This is not what this bill does to the unions. It just says that if you don't want to be a part of it, you don't have to pay them. This would be essentially like saying that you should only pay bills to the gyms if you actually want to be a member, which I think is the current status quo in our country. I don't think I would support legislation requiring me to pay membership to a gym that won the election in my town and now wants fees from everybody who lives in town for the right to go to a gym I don't want to go to. I will admit that this is not exactly a perfect comparison, because there is a legitimate argument to be made that those unwilling people who are represented there by the union do get some benefits. And I want to acknowledge that. It is not my intent to gloss over that. But at the end of the day, it comes down to, if this is such a good deal, why don't people want it? Why do they try to get away? And by the way, we are talking about people who took the whole, if you don't like this job, go to a company that's not unionized, only to have the union follow them and unionize that company too. How many times do we want to run away until we say, I have the right to be left alone, if possible? Now, we cannot fully do that because, again, the federal legislation overrules any rules that we would create. But I think we have an obligation to make it better, to make it freer, to make it so that everybody's freedom of choice is protected. Sorry for a very long answer. I'm an engineer. I don't go to go back to Jesus to explain anything.
No, it's fine. And if I may?
Yes, sir.
You kind of answered your own question saying that if you don't want to be there, don't be there. And I understand you're saying that, well, the union's following that. It's going to make unionize your company too. Well, we heard earlier that only, 9% of the companies or the people working in New Hampshire are union. So why do you think that? I mean, it's probably not true that the union's chasing everybody around. Sure, they're out there trying to unionize people, and I get that because they want to grow their base, right? They want to, but
they have every right to do so.
And myself being a former union boss, I used to talk to carpenters about joining the unions, and what I found was when I'm sorry.
So is this
So the
testimony or
question-
is this a question?
Yeah. The question is, do they really have the right to say no and not be part of a union and not be chased around? I believe
I think that's something we can reasonably disagree on, because obviously I feel that they have a right to say no, and I would presume based on the questions that you probably feel otherwise, which again, this is why we have 400 members in the,
Right.
representatives hall. The one thing I will point out though is that you mentioned that we have a rather low percentage of unionized shops, in which case I would argue that not that many people will be negatively affected in the worst case scenarios, even though I don't believe that you are going to see significant negative impacts, because again, people react to legislation. When you pass a law, company adjusts their behavior. When you pass this law that will affect the way a union runs, the union knows what it takes to function, in that new environment. And they can see their unions from the other 26 states that have this law continuing to operate. Just look there. And all these doom and gloom scenarios simply are not supported by the data. Yes, some of the members will choose to take advantage of the law, but I'm not aware of any case where that seriously weakened the union or anything. It took some of the members off who didn't want to be there in the first place. I would be happy to go, over more data, but I just haven't seen that kind of huge negative impact that everybody worries about. And I would posit to you that most likely, based on the other 26 states who did this, those outcomes are highly unlikely in New Hampshire. I think the unions will continue to operate. They will have to be nimbler. They will have to work a bit harder to make their members happy, which in my world is a really good thing.
Are there any questions? Reverend Staub, or Schultz, excuse me.
I'm honored to be confused with her. She's great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're friends. We've worked on some bills together, but we also sometimes disagree. I'm just curious, in the United States, have you been a labor union member in a job that has a labor union presence? Because I actually don't know the answer to that question. You asked about the United States? Oh my God, what did I just say? You asked about the United States? No. In the United States, I made a conscious effort to avoid any job that would require me to be a member of the union for reasons that I already testified about last time when we had this bill, and I don't want to repeat again out of respect for the committee. But, I don't know, does being a former member of the Youth Communist Organization count? I don't think it does. And for the record, by the way, while me and my distinguished colleague have worked together on some bills, we kind of agreed with each other that we disagree on most of them.
Okay, Representative McKenzie, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is about the construction of the legislation.
Yes.
Specifically is on line 25. I don't know if you have it, if you need a minute to bring it
I
up.
can bring it up in a second. Out of all the windows I had in my browser, you'd think I already had one with this. I'm up and ready. Go ahead, please.
So the question I have is, it's under that section 20, on line 25, section 273. The right to refrain, no person shall be required as a condition of employment, become a member or remain a member of the labor organization. Isn't that currently in federal law? Isn't it under the National Labor Relations Board, nobody can be compelled to join a union or to stay in a union? The only thing they can be compelled to do is, if it's negotiated, to pay their fair share. So should this be amended to reflect the National Labor Relations Law? Because this is this would not prevail. The federal law would prevail in this case.
Federal law may change. Court cases have intriguing outcomes. I don't think that this needs to be amended. Of course, if the committee decides that an amendment is needed, I'm in my second term, so I know full well that it's not my bill anymore, it's the committee bill, and anything the committee pleases to do, they will do. I will be happy to offer a thought, but I'm not in control of the bill anymore.
I would just, one quick thing, I would just say that you're describing what is a closed shop, and those are illegal. This language is illegal. You can't force anybody to be in the labor movement for the condition.
Okay, that's for the committee's consideration.
I'm reading the language and I don't see that we would require it. If anything, this seems to reaffirm basically hardly Taft.
I disagree.
Well, the text is there for everyone to see. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Representative Staub.
Thank you. I just looked and saw that 8 of the 10 states that have the highest poverty rates in the country are right-to-work states. Mm-hmm. And many of these states have had right-to-work for 20, 30, 50 years. How come they still have such high poverty rates if right-to-work is such a great stimulant to the economy and makes life so much better for people?
How come that Romania, which stopped being communist over 30 years ago, is still far behind the US in terms of GDP and a bunch of other metrics? They became a democracy. It is the same type of question, right? When you start from a bad place and you work towards improving, it doesn't mean that in 20, 30 years you will have won the race. Changing culture, changing economic outcomes like that depends on a lot of factors. Right to work is one of them. Those states have other factors that are holding them back, that right to work can only buoy those, push those sails so much. So this is a positive, but we never stated, and I would never claim that this is a one thing that will turn us from, the 50th state to the first state in the nation. It's just one of the many parts of economic policy that can be used to improve the economy, but it's by no means, the answer to every question. So it's tough when you start. Think about generational poverty, right? I mean, people who are born to poorly educated families. I come from a country where I go to my grandma's village and I see kids who go work on the field at 10, 11 years old, and their parents hold them from school because they need somebody to, deal with the land. What opportunities will those kids have? And as a government, you try really hard to reach out and give people those opportunities, but you should also remember that it takes generations to really overcome those things. I'm sorry, again, long answer. I don't want to go too far off topic. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Representative Cahill.
Chair, and thank you, Representative. In those 26 other states where there is often, it still seems generational poverty, do the workers find that they can go into the supervisor or the company president and negotiate better terms? And have you any demonstration of that happening? To raise their salaries, improve their health care, educational opportunities, and lift their families out of poverty?
Yes, the evidence is in the fact that individuals choose not to be union members and rather choose to find jobs by themselves. Every individual has the ability what's best for them. And when they decide to make that choice, I have to grant them the benefit of the doubt that they're making the choices that are right for them. I don't know whether those choices would always be the choices that I would make or you would make or anybody here would make, but they're their choices and they should be allowed to make them. And by the way, if they make bad choices, there will be consequences. That's how life works. So to me, the only evidence I need is the choice of people not to join unions. That speaks to, the fact they feel that is their best choice.
Follow up?
Yes, sir.
Thank you again. Have you not heard the testimony today from the union people who have said time and time again that poverty was their future, and finding that good union job changed that for them and their families? And why doesn't this happen in the right to work states?
This happens in right-to-work states. They are much further behind to start with, most of them, so it will take them longer to catch up. I do not know of any data that indicates right-to-work decreases the economic output or the job growth or the economy. If anything, it increases it. So I don't see how, we could posit that somehow it's a worse thing to have more jobs and everything like that. Now, I really listened to everybody's testimony for as long as I was in the room. I mean, I have to stretch my legs here and there. It's been a long hearing. And look, I am immensely grateful to the people who came to testify about how this is a great choice for them. This is why this legislation does not impact their ability to stay union members and be represented and get all those things they value and fought so hard for. All this is doing is saying, if you really don't want any of that, you don't have to pay for it. So, I don't know how much clearer to make that.
Okay, for a germane question?
Yes, tiny, yeah. I'll be
Tiny
good.
germane
I'll be good.
question.
I'll be
Roger
good.
that.
Good. So again, in those places where even if there is a union and the other few employees who don't want the union for whatever reasons, can they go in and get a different arrangement from their boss? And what do they do if their boss says, no, I want to keep it simple. I don't want to have different plans. What's their option then?
I'm not sure I understand your question. I apologize. I really don't.
In the right to work states,
Yes.
where anyone that could be in a union, and yet they're not participating in the union, not paying agency fees, anything like that, not getting any of the benefits, which I think they still get, but they're not participating and they're not in the union. Can they walk into the boss and say, I work harder, I work smarter, give me more money? And do they have an option if the boss says, no, I pay everybody, I'm doing it this way, I'm not negotiating separately? Can they be forced to the bargaining table?
Nobody should be able to force anybody to the bargaining table other than obviously the federal legislation saying that unions and employers can be forced to bargain. For an individual, when you try to bargain with someone and they don't want to bargain with you, your remedy is to find somebody who's more amenable to discussing the contract, right? Which is where the whole non-interfering with the right to contract comes into place. I should be able to choose who I have a business relationship with, whether it's employment or anything else. And if two parties don't see eye to eye, look, it takes two people to have a relationship, whether it's business or other topics, right? You shouldn't be able to force someone to hire you, nor should they be able to force you to work for a deal that you don't like. Both parties should be able to walk away.
This is like calculus. It's derivatives. It keeps getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, it's very small. It's
All
very
right,
small.
go ahead.
This is a micro question.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm waiting with
Okay.
bated breath.
Just to confirm my understanding, so on that scenario that I described, are you saying that it's the same option, go get another job if you don't like it here, that you're objecting to for the unions?
The choice is similar. The reasons for it are very different. In one place, people are coerced to participate in an arrangement they don't like. And again, I want to remind you that there is a difference between people looking for a job at a unionized company, knowing it's unionized, and people already working and having a union come in, right? So it's not all the same, right? But there is a huge difference when we increase economic freedom, when we increase the people's ability to make choices. That leads to better outcomes. So the choices are always there. Look, one of the huge differences in negotiating as a non-union member, and one of the reasons why I would never take a union job, is that I want to be paid based on merit, not based on seniority. I want to ask for my own rules. For example, if I would be looking for a full-time job now, I'd probably have to find one that gives me a heck of a lot of unpaid leave based on the committees I'm at, right? Those would not be accommodations that would fit in a union contract. I think limiting my ability or the ability of other workers to ask for those types of arrangements, regardless of whether they're successful or not, is bad economic policy, and this is why I'm suggesting this bill. I hope that was close enough to answering your question.
Yes, that's quite clear.
Thank
I
you.
don't have another question.
Amazing. We're all thrilled. No, anytime. Any other questions before we're done with this witness? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Appreciate it. We have one more witness, Representative Wheeler. Yeah. And we never came off it. We're good. Yeah. 3 minutes. Representative.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members and friends on the House Labor Committee. You've heard a lot today. I've been listening since 10 in the morning, and I can't imagine what it's been like to have to be here on camera since 10 in the morning. So I'll be brief, just to say that unions are an incredibly important part to the economy. And before we had unions, there were workers living in essentially favelas, company towns owned by the company. And when we put in place policy, not just right to work, but other policies which restrict collective bargaining, et cetera, that hurts the economy. You know, we heard a lot today just now also about bad economic policy and how allowing unions to do this is bad. To me, bad economic policy is hurting the unions. I know as a person who's worked non-unionized job as a server, as a busboy, and unionized jobs, that the unionized job gave me a lot more power to negotiate my own position, and it made me able to be paid by merit, because when I'm a sole worker going to my boss and saying, I'd like this, I'd like that, the boss is able to say, you're an individual and I don't have to listen. But if I go with my union and I'm working a factory job and I have all the boys and girls behind me who are also on the floor working that job unionized, then we have the power to make decisions and to change policy collectively. And so, right to work, we've seen in every state that it's passed, has hurt people's ability to unionize. It's opened up the path for unions to be broken down and destroyed. And I do not want to see that happen here in New Hampshire. I think that we should be helping and aiding the unions more than we already are. And this legislation takes us in the wrong direction. Workers are better off with unions than they are without. And I think the fantasy of the individual worker who could go out there and fight for their own labor without the union is just that, a fantasy. Workers can get better working conditions, better labor pay. The reason we have weekends, the reason we have all these things that we enjoy and celebrate is because of the work that the unions did almost 100 years ago. And we should continue and celebrate that work instead of passing legislation which would aim to destroy the unions. But thank you very much for your time, Mr. Chairman, and I hope you guys get a restful rest of your day.
Thanks for your patience. I appreciate you coming in. Thanks, Representative. Are there any questions? Okay. I tell you what, let's take 15 minutes, take a break, make it pit stop, do what you got to do, and then be back here in 15 minutes. And we'll, in that interim, we'll have a discussion about the rest of the day. All right. I just wanted to personally thank everyone for their patience, their detailed questions, and their interest in trying to figure out exactly what's going on with all this. It was a lot of effort, and I appreciate ever hanging in there. It was suggested to me that we have received a lot of information, studies, testimony that was not available to us prior to the committee session. And we listened to 56 people today. And so rather than exec it today, I'd rather wait for a week and give everyone a chance to digest what was given to them, to make sure that we do due diligence for our constituents. And so we will exec this on the 28th, along with at least 3, if not 4, of the bills that we listened to yesterday. Okay, and so that'll be going into the calendar today, and we'll be ready to do that. So, is there any business for the committee outside of that?
Say I appreciate it. I asked a lot of questions today, and I appreciate your patience and accommodating some of those. And I think you did a great job handling this. It's a complicated subject. There's a lot of opinions about the direction we should go. So thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Sullivan.
I'll second the opinion that it was a well-run hearing, a long hearing, and your patience was appreciated. I did ask our researcher to give us a count for the online testimony.
Okay.
And they're all here by name and so on, but in terms of numbers, we had 82 in support and 1,390 in opposition.
That actually changed. So
I understand.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
14,006.
1,400.
1,400. That's
Okay, gotcha. Still a lot. Gotcha. A bow ton. Representative Cahill, did you have something?
Do you want this for the record?
Sullivan beat me to it. I'm going second, but I guess I can third the subject of today's hearing. And I especially appreciate your patience.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to take a moment to apologize. I know my feelings and my desire to correct the record on something I cared deeply about, but I should have stopped when you asked me to. So for that, I apologize.
Accepted. Thank you. Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the Democrats for feeding us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That was
Or,
nice.
You know, sandwich
good.
and whatever that thing's called, but I mean, it
Is
was
that
very
is that feeding or is that a bribe?
Well,
I'm just trying to
let's see. I
understand.
don't know. Well, it depends on the outcome.
You know what Napoleon said, right? Our army runs on its stomach.
There you
So
go.
thank you so much. I appreciate that as well. What else?
And the cake pops, yeah.
Okay, good. So 10 o'clock next Tuesday on the 28th, we'll exec 4 or 5 bills depending on how we do with the subcommittee. And thank you so much for your effort, and I appreciate it. And we'll see you next week. This session's closed.
There are a few more sandwiches in the box in the back. I don't want to take them back.